Powerlifting is a strength sport that involves lifting the maximum weight possible in 3 different lifts: squat, bench press, and deadlift. The 3 highest validated scores are added together to determine the total score. Competitors are divided into a series of weight classes, from the women's under 47 kilogram class to the men's over 120 kilogram category. The squat is a multi-joint movement engaging the quadriceps, glutes, hips and hamstrings. The upper body carries the bar. American Jesus Olivares, weighing 186 kilograms, lifts 2.5 times his weight in a squat, which is 478 kilograms, equivalent to the weight of a show-jumping horse. Frenchwoman Jade Jacob lifts 188 kilograms, over 3 times her weight of 57 kilograms, which means she could lift a racing motorbike on her shoulders. With the feet stabilizing the upper body on the bench press is like a loaded push-up on your back, targeting shoulders, triceps, pectoralis major and anterior deltoids. In the lightest category, the women's under 47 kilograms, British woman Bobby Butters lifts 100 kilograms, equivalent to the weight of 16 racing bikes. American Jonathan Keiko, in the under 93 kilogram category, lifts 245 kilograms, 2.5 times his own weight, or the equivalent of the weight of a piano. The deadlift targets the abdominal, back and leg muscles, with the hips, quadriceps, hamstrings and adductors, especially in the sumo deadlift. Polish powerlifter Agata Sitko achieved the best performance of all time in the under 69 kilograms category by lifting 248 kilograms, which is 3.6 times her own weight, the equivalent of a pack of 3 rugby sevens players. In the men's under 74 kilogram category, New Zealander Timothy Monegatti deadlifts 331 kilograms, which is 4.5 times his weight, and the equivalent of 36 water packs. American Jesus Olivares lifts a total of 1,152.5 kilograms in his 3 lifts, equivalent to a Le Mans 24-hour car. Powerlifting is an individual sport that is worked on in a community, the quintessential sport of self-improvement and becoming the best version of yourself.
Good afternoon and welcome to the 2025 IPF World Classic Sub-Junior and Junior Powerlifting Championships here in San Jose, Costa Rica. I am Amelia Potter, joined by GB coach Ben Davies this morning. Good morning, Ben.
Morning, Amelia. Thanks for having me.
Absolute pleasure. We have a great flight this morning. We have the first flight consisting of the 52 kilo junior ladies. You can see the running order as it stands ahead of us there, followed by 2 flights of 57, where we will assess those as we get there. But a quick look at the day ahead for the 52s. On prognosis, we can see Maxwell from the United States in a great position for the overall, and a bit of a bigger battle for the silver and bronze medals amongst 3 or 4 other lifters, so it'll be good all the way until the end. And kicking us off for squats in the 52s, we have Ayana Campadi from Greece, 102.5 kilos.
Yeah, looking forward to a good session here, Amelia, and it's been fairly consistent this year actually, so hopefully some good openers to get us kicked off.
So as a coach yourself, what are the characteristics of an opening attempt that you look for?
So I think really, especially a lot of these nations have travelled a long way to get here, big travel times, big time differences. So I think really we're looking for absolute, a weight on the bar that they can get in any condition and really set themselves up for that big third attempt. I think, in previous years we've seen a lot of people come in and almost attempt too much on those opening attempts, and that really hamstrings them going into second and third attempts.
Yeah, absolutely. And a great example of that from Campardi there. 3 white lights, a good lift, a great start to her day. Emma Bouzocki from Canada, opening now on 110 kilos. A very clean looking opener for the Canadian lifter there, and a good lift.
3 white lights for Canada. Same way for Jessamine Taiwan, Philippines.
And really, as you were saying, what we're hoping for in the opening attempts in all 3 disciplines is drama-free, just something that's super comfortable, and hopefully they can attain those 3 white lights with no sort of hiccups.
Yeah, exactly. And hopefully, as we go through the flight, we'll see it that you know, I think hitting depth is so important in these opening attempts. Really, not giving the judges any excuse as we get into second and thirds to be calling any red lights there.
Jessamine Tabuan from Philippines, 110 kilos. Jessamine competed earlier in the week in Equipped. So another athlete we're seeing compete 2 times this week. Brings a whole bunch of extra variables in itself.
Yeah, very solid squat there.
And a good lift, 3 white lights.
Abby Cooley, Great Britain, 122.5. Norway, get ready. We have 4 attempts at 122.5. Bar loaded.
Out next we have Abby Cooley from Great Britain, opening on 122.5 kilos. Certainly has a shot of fighting for a podium position today. Just asking the spotters to bring the arms of the rack out there.
Yeah, it's actually good to see that from the lifter, that, you know, it's not been set up the way she's asked for. She had the confidence to say, no, that's not how I wanted it, and come back out to the bar.
Yeah, and if it's going to happen on any of your attempts, your first probably the best. Hopefully your weight, like you said, something you're comfortable enough with. This is 10 kilos below Abby's best, so let's see how this moves for her.
Yeah, very solid from here. Referees, 3 white lights.
Have a look at that again in the replay here.
Get ready. Bars loaded.
Yeah, very solid. Christian Solheim Sorgard from Norway, opening on 122.5 kilos. Another contender for one of those podium spots overall.
A really solid walk out there, looking very strong today.
Yeah, very smooth opener. No hiccups there whatsoever.
Good lift.
3 white lights, a good lift.
Get ready. Bar loaded.
Claudia O'Shea from Australia, opening on 122.5 kilos. Like I said, a couple of different athletes here that could be contending for podium. O'Shea definitely could be one of those athletes if she has a good day today. I want to wait for the lights here. She leans quite far forwards. Yeah, and 2-to-1, a good lift. She does get called for depth, and I'm wondering if it's just the torso position hiding that hip crease. So this is the side she does get that red from. We're looking for the hip crease to go below the top of the knee joint. And We can see the jury discussing it. I was a little bit worried about that.
Loaded.
Yeah, and the jury has overruled that, unfortunately.
Yeah, you can see as she's just gone into the hole, she's just let the bar push her forward and her hips have popped up. I'm sure she'll rectify it in her second attempt, but exactly what we were talking about earlier, Amelia.
Lisa Heisler from Germany, 122.5 kilo, another podium contender overall. I think you can tell by Heiser's face there, it was a little tougher than she wanted it to be, perhaps just a few comp day nerves there, but still a solid first attempt.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see her squat as she goes through her attempts. Obviously very wide stance, quite often slow and steady in that position, so we'll see how she progresses.
Loaded.
Corinne St. Coeur from Canada, coming out for 127.5 kilos. Showing some Canadian spirit with her hair there.
Very nice opening squat.
Yeah, and she seems happy with that as well. 3 white lights, a good lift. It's not always easy for us to tell if something moves well for an athlete just based on speed, but their reaction often a good telltale sign. You can see a big smile at the top from her there. You see plenty of athletes who squat very quickly until they don't. Diana Francinez Resinos Alacon from Guatemala, our penultimate opening attempt at 137.5 kilos.
Yeah, look good from here.
3 white lights, a good lift.
Marina Maxwell, USA.
Yeah, USA bring us into the final squat of this this round.
Yeah, just finished watching this replay here. Resinos Alacon. Very solid opening attempt. And as you said, our final opening attempt here. Marina Maxwell from the United States, 142.5 kilos, the world junior record. Currently stood at 160. So a little way off right now, but we'll see how well this moves and the sort of jumps she's able to make today. Like I said, big contender for the overall title right now, and Prognosis has a pretty strong lead against her competitors. Let's see how the first lift of the day goes for her. Yeah, very, very solid. 3 white lights, a good lift. And I'm wondering what kind of jump you'd take from there, Ben.
I mean, assuming she's in touching distance of that world record, I think a good 12.5 kilos could be added to the bar there with not too many issues, which would set her up nicely if she did want to attempt on her third.
And with all of that, everybody but O'Shea on the board as we head into the second round. Yeah, Maxwell with a nice opening squat there. 52 kilos, still a lightweight class, so I think they'll want to hedge their bets between how strong she feels and, of course, the weight class she's in. Head into the second round of squats now with Ayana Campadi, 5 kilo jump. So it's 2.5 kilo personal best, should she make this.
A little bit of resistance there for a second, but still moved very nicely.
Yeah, like you said, it moved nicely. We expect it to move a little more difficultly than the opener. The second, we're looking to test those limits but not surpass them, and she did that very well here. Emma Bazocchi from Canada, taking a 10 kilo jump to 120. This is matching her personal best here on her second.
Yeah, very nice squat there.
Yeah, it slowed down a bit but maintained the form really nicely all the way throughout, and you can tell as it gets a little more difficult on her third, that's really going to work in her favour. Have a look here on the replay at that.
Yeah, absolutely. She holds that position so nicely, and makes it a very easy squat to judge for the referees.
Jessamay Tabuan from Philippines, 120 kilos, a 20 kilo jump. That is a good lift, 3 white lights. And you've got to think it's playing a big toll on her body, the fact that she competed equipped just a few days ago.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously not an equipped lifter myself, but the weights that they're able to put on the bar and the stresses they put on their body is no doubt going to have a toll on classic performance.
Claudia O'Shea from Australia unfortunately missed her opening squat. Getting it here, just got overturned by the jury for depth. Has that very forward-leaning torso, if you remember correctly, and so looking to retake it here and hopefully just convince that third referee so the jury can't get involved.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, she stayed at the same weight, so hopefully she can just hold her position, sink it nice and deep, and then move on to that final attempt.
Similar sort of position. Let's see if her hips are any lower. She seems happy with it. But unfortunately, this time 2-to-1 a no lift, and if the jury get involved, it'll only be in a positive way this time round. We'll have a look at that on the replay, and Ben, tell me your thoughts on it.
I have to say, from this angle, it did look better than the opener. The jury are looking at it.
Yeah, and it looks like they're in discussion, but it has to be a unanimous decision. Not all juror members happy, so she's really going to have to sink it a little bit further, a little more convincingly on that third attempt if she wants to post a total. Great Britain's Abby Cooley, 130 kilos, a 7.5 kilo jump for Abby here, 2.5 below her personal best. Just asking the spotters to hold the rack while she puts some pressure into the bar there. Yeah, and I would say that actually looked a little bit more comfortable than her opener. Not necessarily in strength, but just she seems more comfortable with it.
Yeah, absolutely, and obviously the rack was in the right position for her as well, so she's not had to take herself back out to the holding area and come back out. But no, totally agree, Amelia. It was a lovely second squat.
Christian Solheim Sorgard from Norway, a 7.5 kilo jump to 130 here for her second attempt.
bar mover. Let's see what the referees say. Very nice.
Yeah, 3 white lights, a very comfortable second. Plenty left to jump there for her third, and I think she could probably go for another 7.5 kilo jump if she wanted to. 5 would be a nice safe spot.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree, and she's bringing some really good intensity to the platform as well, right from the opener, so she's clearly confident in her abilities.
Lisa Hasler from Germany, 130 kilos, a 7.5 kilo jump here for her second. Her best ever squat being at 135. A little bit of turbulence in the middle there for Lisa, but still 3 white lights, a good lift, managed to not let the bar drop at all.
Yeah, you can see there on the replay as she pops out of the hole there, a hip shift right backwards, and actually she's done very well to stay with the bar there, especially with that wide stance.
I think now it's a case of finding a middle ground, happy middle ground for third attempts for Lisa. Corinne St. Kerr from Canada, 135 on the bar, 7.5 kilo jump. Moves on to squat bronze for the time being, heading into the third round. Subject to change.
She hit the hole very hard there, but managed to control it.
And it is a good lift, yeah. And if I was Team Canada there, I would take a pretty conservative jump to their third. We'll have a look at that again in the replay. And you see her knees cave in the hole. You know, does very well to fight it up, but I'd have to say 2.5 seems sensible here.
Yeah, and look, especially when we look at what the attempts are for people that have already been into the third, you know, there is a battle for not only squat medals, but, you know, overall positioning for second and third here. So they need to be thinking about kilos on the bar and what it's going to look like by the time we get through to deadlifts.
Diana Francina Trucinos Alarcon from Guatemala, 145 on the bar, moves her for the time being into squat gold with Maxwell to follow.
Yeah, very nice.
Extremely sturdy looking second attempt, absolutely no sign of breakdown, but she does get a blue from the center referee, so we'll have a look at the replay. Blue could be a number of things, and we'll keep our eye out here for what it might be. Going to keep my eyes on the knees at the end. I think she's in a pretty good place there to not get that overturned.
Yeah, I agree.
Our final second attempt in the 52s, Marina Maxwell from the United States taking a 7.5 kilo jump to 150, and I think this is a pretty sensible jump. It doesn't put her within reaching distance of the world record unless she makes a real stretch, but with a lead like she has, there's no need to overstretch at this point. Just build a total big enough to take that overall title if she can.
Agreed. And look, if the world record was, you know, a potential punt, and you know they don't need to take that risk, then there's no need to, right? So she'll come out, add kilos to the total.
Yeah, I think that was definitely the right move. It's a great second, but any more I think would have put her third in trouble. 3 white lights.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, the coaches know what she's been doing in training, and obviously the best place to add those kilos on the bar, and let's see what she puts in for her third attempt.
And that concludes second rounds. O'Shea still without a squat on the board, needs to find that depth a little better, but as we head into the third round, Maxwell leading, followed by Rustinos Alarcon and St. Kerr. Subject to change now. A reminder, we head straight into the first flight of 2 flights of 57s. following this.
Bar loaded.
Ayana Kampardi from Greece, 112.5 on the bar. Very new personal best. Yeah, unfortunately her hips just shot back very aggressively at the hole there.
Yeah, it's very hard / impossible to recover from that position, and the bar is, you know, well forward at the front of her toes, and at that point, yeah, you're relying on the spotters to keep you safe there, and they did a great job.
And she did a good job of failing quickly. You know, if you're in a position where you know it's not going up, then conserve that energy for the following 6 lifts.
I mean, absolutely.
Bars loaded.
Claudia O'Shea from Australia now needs this squat to be able to continue competing and to post a total. Retaking 122.5, definitely the smart decision here. Got 1 red light for depth on her opener, overturned 2 red lights on her second, and let's hope she can wipe the board of reds here on her third, sink it a little bit further. That torso position really not aiding her, but the strength is there. Here's a couple more inches. That's definitely the deepest so far. Is it deep enough? There we go, 3 white lights and she is on the board.
No, very good. And you can tell, obviously we don't know what conversation you had with her coach, but she almost tempoed that slightly more into the hole and gave the referees absolutely no doubt as to the depth on that spot. So great job there. No one likes seeing one bomb out, and she's locked that in on her 3rd attempt.
Now everybody on the board, we can breathe a sigh of relief a little bit now. Jessame Tabwan from the Philippines, 125 on the bar, a 5 kilo jump.
Yeah, very solid 1st and 2nd attempts. Yeah, very nice attempt there. Let's see what the referees say. 3 white lights. Hopefully she's okay. She's limping off there. Hopefully just cramp in the lower back. No major injuries there.
Emma Bezelchi from Canada, 130 kilos, another equal 10 kilo jump here for a 10 kilo personal best. Like we said, her form on her second stuck together so nicely that when it's going to get harder, and it's bound to with 10 more kilos, she'll do well to push through it. But it's just too much. 10 kilos, a little over ambitious.
Yeah, exactly that. And as you say, very upright position. And as soon as she lost that weight, in this case, into her heels, there was just no recovery from that. But got her first 2 attempts.
Yeah, and she did keep her position as we thought she would. It's just when the weight is too much, no amount of position or grind is going to get you through that.
Loaded.
135 kilos for Abby Cooley from Great Britain. Like we said, the 130 looked a little bit more comfortable for her than the 122.5. So this will be for a 2.5 kilo personal best. And as I said, keeping her within reaching distance to fight for that overall podium spot. What a great fight from Cooley. And a good lift, revitalize a new personal best. I think that was definitely the number she needed.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, it was a fight, but she held her position very nicely, giving the referees no doubt on depth there, and stood it up very, very nicely there. Great job from Malu.
Christian Soheim Sogard from Norway taking a 5 kilo jump, just half a kilo below her best ever squat here at 135.
Very nice. She's brought some great intensity to the platform for squats.
2 to 1, a good lift. Does get a blue from the far side referee, and we can see that from this angle. I keep an eye on what that infraction could have been for. Perhaps just not happy with that finishing position.
Yeah, as I say, she was a little bit more unsteady into the hole, but nothing particular there to pick up on. Obviously, the referees on that left side did pick up on something, but nonetheless, a good lift.
Lisa Heiser from Germany, 135 kilos. This will take her into squat bronze for the time being, with St. Kerr to follow. The second was a little bit tough. Let's see if she can correct that position here.
Yeah, we saw it then on the second and obviously on the third with extra weight, just forced those hips far too far back, and there was no recovery from there, unfortunately.
Get ready. Bar loaded and no more changes.
Korean St. Kerr now squat bronze secured as Heisler missed that last attempt. 137.5, as we suspected. Taking that 2.5 kilo jump here. Definitely the sensible decision. A phenomenal fight from St. Kerr.
Yeah, she sets herself up so strong, you know, building that tension.
And a
Deserves that
good
third
lift, yeah. Just get a blue from that center referee. But jury already saying they're happy with it.
Yeah, I mean, it is sometimes quite tough for the referees, when especially when you're in that very tight and compact squat position. But nonetheless, the squat stands by the looks of things.
Our penultimate attempt in the 52s before we go through to the first fight at 57s. Diana Francinez Resinos Aracon from Guatemala, 150 kilos on the bar. Squat silver already secured, squat gold already secured by Maxwell for a new personal best. Wow, spot stopped completely still in the middle of that. I don't think it dipped at all. And 2 to 1, a good lift. That's incredibly impressive.
Yeah, it really is. Once that bar stops moving, especially on the third attempt, it's very hard to get it going again. And we see the replay here.
Almost a standstill. Oh no, they've overruled it, unfortunately, for downwards movement. That is a shame. But still walks away with a squat silver. And our final squat of this first group here, we have Marina Maxwell from the United States, 155. I think this is certainly the right call. I think this would be her limit on the day. But 5 kilos under the world junior record is certainly nothing to shy away from.
It shows a lot of professionalism here from the team as well, because it'd be very easy looking at her prognosis and how far she is ahead to have a punt at some numbers, and before you know it, loses kilos. She's not done that. She's looking very strong. And actually that moved better than her second.
Yeah, I still think it is the right number. It's a good lift. You know, 6 lifts left to go, and it's very easy, like you said, to get overzealous on those squats. You know, tank out your lifter's energy and then potentially lose that lead that you had in the next 6 attempts.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, from a coach's perspective, regardless of what someone has done in training, you can only go with what is presented in front of you, and her second squat, for whatever reason, didn't move as nice as maybe it should have done. They took the 5 kilo jump and she nailed it on the third, and it's another 5 kilos to add to that total.
And a quick conclusion here, Canada's St. Kerr with squat bronze of 137.5, Guatemala's Recinos Alarcon in squat silver with 145, and of course with squat gold 155, USA's Marina Maxwell. We now head into the first flight of 2 for the 57. So just a reminder, as we see the squat medals jump around on the screen, it will not be secured until we've seen both flights lift. So you can see the starting order as it stands for the first flight of 52s. And kicking us off, Ashlyn Teo from Singapore, 92.5 kilos.
See what the referees say. The bar moved very fast, and 3 white lights. Good squat.
Philippines 120. Getting into the flex. Get ready.
Jane Erasmo now from the Philippines, another lifter who competed earlier in the week and equipped personal best of 130, opening on 120 kilos.
Solid opening attempt there. And 3 white lights, that is a good lift.
132.5 twice for the 2 Mexicans. Getting into this and Samantha Rivas.
Yenny Mendoza from Mexico coming out for an opener of 132.5.
Yeah, it's really nice to see actually a lot of Mexicans at this event, obviously being nice and close to the event host country.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen a whole bunch of Central and South American countries with full teams that we very rarely see, and they've been doing excellently, actually. It is amazing. And that's a lovely opener there from Mendoza. A good lift, 3 white lights, and just goes to show, you know, when some of these nations can send a full team, they really are a threat to those medals.
Yeah, absolutely, and as you say, quite often we don't get an opportunity to see them lift, and they can come from nowhere.
Samantha Contreras from Mexico, 132.5 kilos.
Yeah, lovely squat.
And there's a good lift, 3 white lights.
Yeah, some of those narrow stances these days always do make me nervous about depth, but she absolutely nailed it there and gave the judges no cause for concern.
Yeah, we've certainly seen some lifters get stung for their positioning. The flight before, a good example, but it's important that lifters, play around and find what works for their leverages. Patricia Moreno Zabala from Spain, 135 on the bar. Very comfortable. On the way for the lights, looks like she just got below. Yeah, 2-1, a good lift, and I can see why the centre referee gave her that red. I think she is exactly where she needs to be, does not want to go any higher.
No, absolutely, and it's just that very narrow position makes it very hard for the centre ref to really judge, and it's just something that lifters that squat in that style have to deal with. But as you say, it's a good lift anyway.
Adriana Isabel Garcia Pilo from Guatemala, 135 kilos for her opening squats.
Yeah, in Guatemala, another nation, we've seen a lot of lifters in this event, which is lovely to see.
A little tough for an opening attempt for Garcia Pilo.
Yeah, she clipped the rack on the way out, and the bar, that centre ref definitely held her for a couple of seconds more before she got the squat command, just to let that bar settle.
And I imagine that's what the blue would have been for if the bar did knock it whatsoever. But I can't see an infraction there. It looks like it will stay.
Yeah, jury not even looking at it, so no concerns there.
We now have homegrown Costa Rican Ana Paula Borentes Rodriguez, 137.5 kilos. I think 5 kilos below her personal best.
See what the referees say. Looked solid. 2-1 there on this right-hand side. One red light.
Yeah, that would be for depth. We'll have a look at the replay. Bearing in mind this is the side she gets that white light from, but I think she's just quite quick in and out of that position at the bottom, so hard for the referees to see first time round from all angles. Eva Stagar from Slovenia, 142.5 for her opening attempt.
Move solidly enough, and 3 white lights.
A good lift. Last opener, 142.5 on Canada. Ashley Theo, get ready.
It's always interesting when we look at depth calls and some positions that referees just favour. And obviously it's hard from the angle that we're sat at here. But that was a good lift, 3 white lights.
Yeah, it's certainly easier for some positions for the referees to see, and I think sometimes when the hip angle and the knee angle is a little different, it can give the illusion until you see that replay that is higher than it is. Andrea Van Dijk from Canada, 142.5 kilos.
Very nice squat.
Yeah, plenty of room to grow there into her second and third. A good lift.
100 kilos for Ashley Theo, Singapore. Female as well, Philippines, get ready.
Into the second round here, and a little missed over the bar there from the spotters, putting 145 on. Just taking that extra red off.
Yeah, and you can see everybody on the board there with a successful attempt. We head into our second round now, kicking us off. Ashley Theo from Singapore, taking a 7.5 kilo jump to 100 here.
Yeah, lovely second attempt.
3 white lights, yes, very well executed.
32.5 for 10,000 Philippines. Samantha Contreras.
Still a little way off her personal best of 115, but you have to imagine that a lot of these athletes hit their personal best in ideal circumstances and home soil without all of that travel, so incredibly difficult to get near that.
Absolutely, and the team out the back will have, you know, a team game plan in their mind as well, what team points they can get, and, you know, PBs at World Championships are not always what is in the best interest of the team, so they have to consider that as well.
Jane Erasmo taking a 12.5 kilo jump to 132.5. Lifter who is going for a personal best here on her second by 2.5 kilos. Very tough, but did really well to stick with the bar there. Yeah, I was a little worried about her depth, however. We'll have a look at the replay, and I'm worried that if she does find that depth in her third, that she may not be able to fight through a squat like that again.
Yeah, absolutely. As soon as she starts twisting there, she's really going to put so many pressures through her lower back and spine, so let's hope she can find it on her third. But
yeah, and if she avoids that kind of twisting, perhaps she'll be in a better position to push through it. Samantha Contreras now from Mexico, 137.5, a 5 kilo jump.
it's a good second lift. Let's see what the referees say. A little bit of resistance there in the middle. It was 3 white lights, so a good lift.
140 kilos for Patricia Moreno.
Setting herself up well for her third. But as I say, probably moved slower in that middle portion than she would have liked.
Patricia Moreno Zabaya from Spain, 140 kilos, a 5 kilo jump from her opener. We'll just ignore the rank for now. Like I said, we have another flight of 57s to follow. But getting very close to Patricia's personal best of 145.
Very solid second squat there, setting herself up well for a third. And 3 white lights, that is a good lift.
Same way for Garcia Pilo, Guatemala. Gilly Mendoza, get ready.
Adriana Isabel Garcia Pilo from Guatemala. Jumping 5 kilos to 140 for a matched personal best.
Yeah, tough though. I mean, her opener did seem quite difficult, and she sort of pinned herself in the hole there again, hitting very, very hard and just losing all that tension.
Yeah, and that's really not what you want to see on your second attempt. You know, it does always make me question, what did the warm-ups look like? You know, the coaches do have until a few minutes before the lifting starts to change that opening attempt should they need to.
Yeah, it's tough at the World Championships as well, because you have a tough call to make now. Do you come out and make that third attempt when it clearly was, you know, too heavy, and save energy for later down the line? So let's see what the coaches do.
Jenny Mendoza from Mexico, 142.5 kilos, a 10 kilo jump. Again, almost a standstill for Mendoza in the middle there, but did really well to push through it, and it's a good lift, 2-1. Just a depth call from that centre referee, which is pretty hard to tell from that position most of the time.
Yeah, it is, especially in that squat position. You can see there, actually very interestingly, initially I thought her hips had shot back, but they didn't. She just seemed to come to a standstill in the middle, so hopefully a technical mistake rather than strength, but we will see as she goes into her third.
Now have Ana Paula Barrentes Rodriguez from Costa Rica, 145 kilos on the bar. This is looking for a 2.5 kilo personal best. Hips do shoot back, but she does very well to keep that position from there and push up.
Yeah, 3 white lights a good lift, and she kept the bar moving, which was all important, and she'll move on to her third.
We now have Eva Strugar from Slovenia, 150 kilos, 7.5 kilo jump. 2 kilos above her personal best of 148. Her opener looked really solid.
Yeah, very solid there. As a slow and steady, maintaining that tension, and stands it up. And 3 white lights.
Yeah, she's a very good squatter. You can see how comfortable she is under the bar and is not bullied around by that weight whatsoever.
Yeah, she's a very good example of actually just maintains tension, slow and steady, executing, you know, very, very nicely.
Yeah, and trusting your strength. Andrea Van Dyke from Canada, 150 kilos, a 7.5 kilo jump. Here to her second.
Yeah, very nice.
And Definitely. Good lift. 3 white lights. Still looking very solid there.
Yeah, she carries a lot of speed into the hole, which clearly works for her. She's able to maintain that hip torso angle very, very nicely, and it's where she's generating all that power from.
And as we head into the 3rd round, everybody on the board looking to hopefully build a little bit more into their 3rd. We saw some difficult seconds, so we'll see where they jump from there and how they do here. Ashlyn Teo from Singapore, 107.5 for a final attempt. And in an ideal world, the 3rd attempts are really the first place we expect or want to see lifters struggle. And that's exactly what you want from a 3rd.
No, absolutely. Good attempts and 3 for 3 there.
Yeah, and a perfect example of the athlete not overshooting to try and match or surpass personal best, taking what's there on the day and building as big a total as you can for the strength she has right now.
Yeah, as you say, I think for a lot of nations, as you did mention right at the start, Amelia, it's been a long travel time, and that does have an impact, not just from a nutrition and hydration, but from a sleep perspective as well.
Yeah, absolutely. You're in a different time zone in a lot of the cases, and for a lot of lifters, it might be their first time doing so. A lot of the European lifters are very used to having a comfortable trip to Worlds, and just getting the bar set up now for our next lifter, Jane Erasmo, who's looking to retake 132.5. It was a big jump of 12.5 kilos from that opener.
She fought through it very, very nicely. Let's see what the referees say. 3 white lights, good lift.
Yeah, and it takes a lot of resilience to come back after missing what is already a bit of a challenge on your 2nd and coming back and fighting for it on your 3rd. It is her 2nd competition a week, so definitely got the practice.
Absolutely, she definitely held her position much nicer there, and a well-deserved good lift there.
Samantha Contreras from Mexico, 140 kilos here, taking that 2.5 kilo jump. Definitely a jump utilizing.
Yeah, look, at the end of the day, it's a 9 lift event, and adding every kilo to that total absolutely matters.
Absolutely. 2.5 kilos gained is better than 5 kilos lost. And there's a steep difference between the two.
Yeah, that was a very solid 3rd attempt. Let's see what the referees say. No, 2-1, no lift. Depth calls there from the side referees.
Yeah, let's catch that again on the replay. Jury looking over it as well. And actually, it does look okay there to me, but...
Yeah, I agree. My personal opinion from where we're sat on the replay is okay, but that is not being looked at. Well, it was looked at and not overturned by the jury, so it stands.
Yeah, the jury just weren't in complete agreement, and it has to be a unanimous decision. Adriana Isabel Garcia Pilo from Guatemala retaking 140 kilos after missing it on her 2nd. Now, a similar sort of thing started happening here, where her body started twisting, and I think it just became a little too difficult to push through. Like we said, the 2nd time was already a big fight.
Yeah, look, I have to say, very brave to come out and take that on your 3rd. It was, it was clearly a strength issue. But I think she didn't try and fight it too much that time, so hopefully saving some energy for later on in the competition.
Power loaded.
Patricia Moreno Zabala from Spain, 145 kilos, looking to match her personal best here on her final attempt.
She fights through that sticking point in the middle.
2 to 1, a good lift. Just a depth call from the far side referee, but time being matches her personal best.
Last attempt to change the openings of the main group. This Rodriguez, get ready. Power loaded.
And the bar is loaded for Yeni Mendoza from Mexico, 145 kilos. Taking the suspected 2.5 kilo jump here. Definitely the right decision from Team Mexico.
Absolutely, and with a few misses on the board now, it could be all very important when we get to the later stages of the competition.
Wow, and she stuck with it for absolutely as long as she could, but just too heavy.
I mean, obviously the nature of sport here, but definitely a very styling squat. She hit the hole very, very hard in that third attempt. The weight just getting the better of her there, and unable to fight through that sticking point.
Ana Paula Borantes now 150 kilos, a 5 kilo jump from her second, looking for a new personal best. 3 squats remaining in this flight before we head through to the final flight of 57s. I'll see them battle it out for squat medals. We'll see if any of these girls in this first flight have done enough to potentially push for a medal on squats. Rare but not unheard of.
And to be fair, she did well there. You know, as soon as that bar started twisting, sort of shook her head, told the spotters to take the bar off her, saving some energy for later on in the competition.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I was saying earlier about if you have the option to fail quickly, take it. She tried, realised it wasn't going, and decided to save the energy. Our penultimate final attempt in this first flight of 57s. Eva Strigar from Slovenia, taking a 5 kilo jump for another personal best here, 155. Has been executing her squats very, very well so far. Let's see what another 5 kilos does. And it pays off once again for Strigar.
Yeah, absolutely. He's nice and slow and steady in the hole, maintained the tension, and kept the bar moving, which is all important on that third and final squat.
Absolutely textbook of how to keep position while pushing through a slow squat there. And our final squat of this first flight, Andrea Van Dyke from Canada, 160 kilos, Took a 7.5 kilo jump from first to second. Now a 10 kilo jump to her third attempt for a new personal best, and maybe trying to put herself in a position a little bit blind to see if she can get a medal with the A group still to follow. Wow, and I did not think she was going to get through that. Let's look at the lights. 3 white lights, a good lift, and if a fly landed on that bar, it would have gone down. That was the perfect number for her.
Absolutely, and looking at her, you know, a 7.5 kilo jump and then a 10 kilo jump, and maybe the opener didn't move as much as she wanted to. They've taken the risk on the third, and it's absolutely paid off there for her.
That concludes this first flight of 57s, of course. Within the 57 B group, Van Dijk is leading with 160, Strigar 155, and Barrantes Rodriguez on bodyweight in 145. But this is subject to change as we have the final flight of 57s come through now. And looking at their opening attempts here, you can see 6 above 150 already. So that squat medal looking to be taken very early on if all goes well for this A flight. We head into it now, and first we have Visaldue Badawi from Spain, 135 kilos.
Solid opening squat. Let's see what the referees say.
3 white lights, a good lift. Has a personal best of 155, I believe, and seems to be pacing herself to get around about there with how well that moved. Gabriela Galvez from Peru, opening on 140 kilos.
Solid opening attempt. And 3 white lights. Again, we don't expect the bar to offer too much resistance on the opening squats. We also hope for plain sailing.
Yeah, in an ideal world, it'd be a pretty drama-free opening round and pretty boring from our front and commentary side. Rivka Shawat Kelly from the United States, 142.5 kilos. Certainly a contender for one of those overall medals. A few names in the hat for that. It's early days now. Let's see how this first lift of the day for her goes.
Yeah, very nice.
2 to 1, a good lift. Just a depth call from that far side referee. We'll catch that on the replay here. Looking for that hip crease to go below the top of the knee joint. I'd say it's very close. She's not going to want to be any higher than that, but for now that is a-okay.
Yeah, absolutely. She did come out the hole so far. Sometimes that transition can catch the referees off guard, but as you say, probably no more room for error there.
Jessica Liu from Australia, 142.5 kilos.
Another athlete sporting the, for Australia, green and yellow hair ribbons.
Looks like she's got some koalas hanging off them there as well. You'd love to see that. Can't get much more Australian than that.
You cannot.
Very smooth opener for Liu.
I was going to say, I hope she didn't weigh in with the koalas on her hair. Save the extra grams.
Well, yeah, I certainly hope not. Otherwise, if she loses anything on body weight, it's going to be a conversation between her and those koalas. From one animal to another, Amelia Fox from Great Britain. 145 kilos. This is Amelia's last year as a junior. Seen her a few times already on the international stage, and certainly has an outside shot at that podium.
Yeah, she really does. She's a very solid lifter, and let's see how her opening attempt moves.
Slow and steady. There's no immediate breakdown.
No, absolutely. I've had the pleasure of handling her as well on behalf of her coach on a number of occasions, and yeah, she's a very reliable lifter.
Yeah, I know there's been a couple times where she's been caught on, I believe, squat depth, so it's nice to see her opening the competition with white lights. Emily Olin from Sweden, opening on 155 kilos. Certainly a contender, not just for the podium, but the overall win in the 57s. Only 22 years old, still has another year in the juniors.
Very quick in and out, but also looked very deep from our angle. Let's see what the referees say, and it is 3 white lights.
Australia 155. RFS Soto, get ready.
Another Australian athlete here in the A flight, Cindy Zhang, opening on 155 kilos.
Hair ribbons, but no koalas.
Yes, that was just a one-time special feature. Ooh, unfortunately, hit the hole quite hard, and hips came up, bar rolled forwards, and I think just needs to control it a little bit more on her second.
Yeah, look, I'm not sure how many international competitions she's done. Maybe the nerves got the better of her there, but looking at that replay, yeah, she let that hit the chest drop and the bar just rolled.
Yeah, and it's not a mistake she would have made many times and probably won't many more times, but with the side squat she has, she's bound to know what to fix there. 3 opening attempts remaining, first of which Maria Paz Saez Soto from Chile. Personal best of 166.5, opening here on 157.5. Big smiles and waves to the crowd there.
Yeah, that 166.5 must be a national record, looking at the world junior record here of 188.
Yeah, so if you see increments that aren't in 2.5 kilo jumps, usually it means it's a record somewhere, usually a national record. Very, very slow and controlled there. Gives the referees a lot of time to look at that depth, and that was what I was worried about.
Yeah, I have to say, even at first glance, it just didn't quite hit the mark, especially on your opener. You don't want to be giving the referees any excuse on your opening squat to be calling you out on depth.
And she'll have to sink that a little bit further on her next attempt. Now, Ellie Weinstein from the United States certainly could give Olin a run for her money for that overall 157.5 kilos on the bar. Again, another lifter with a personal best, likely to be a national record, 166, probably a junior American record. That's a lovely looking opener for Weinstein. And a good lift, 3 white lights. A much more comfortable start to the competition than some of the lifters have had.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a nerve-wracking time for those lifters that haven't hit their openers, but hopefully they'll come out nice and confident on their seconds and move on from there.
And our heaviest opener of the flight, as you mentioned before, her teammate Seiya Soto looks like she holds the national record, but opening heavier, we have Josefa Ignacia Soto Arcos from Chile, opening on her personal best of 160 kilos. So you've got to think that she has made some impressive progress since the last time they came face to face.
Yeah, absolutely, and certainly, you know, from a training style and coaching perspective, you don't know. Some people take smaller jumps, some people like bigger jumps as they go through the competition. So I'm sure that will unravel as we go through this squat session.
Just been told to rack there by the centre referee. She wants her in a more upright position, and she still has 14 seconds, needs to get that start command. And 3 white lights, a good lift. She's on the board, and she left it very close to that last second. That's why you want to get onto the platform when your time starts, because if you get asked to re-rack, you're in a bit of a sticky situation.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think lucky for the lifters here, it's actually quite a short walk to the platform. Some previous events we have seen good 10-second walks to get to the bar.
Nice little catwalk. And heading into the second round, Zhang and says Soto still without a squat on the board. The squats as they stand currently, including the flight before for squat medals. Van Dijk narrowly holding on to the gold for now as we head into the second round for this A flight. Bisaudwe Badawi from Spain, 142.5 kilos.
Very nice, actually. Very little difference to her opening squat. One red light there on the left-hand side.
Yeah, not super uncommon to see a Spanish lifter with a nice squat. Starting to become very well known for being good squatters.
I'll say the last few years we've seen a lot more quality come out of Spain, especially in the junior class.
Well, and the jury's overruled that, unfortunately. I was a little worried about the depth, and I was hoping I was seeing things, but no, there's a no lift.
Yeah, that is the risk with that sort of wider stance position where those hips are well back. I'm sure she'll rectify it in her third. She looks strong enough at least.
Yeah, 100%. Gabriela Galvez from Peru taking a 7.5 kilo jump to 147.5.
Slow but steady. And 3 white lights.
Where would you go from there in terms of jumps?
So just how it was visually, for me, it's 2.5 kilos. But again, you don't know, is that just her style? Does she have 5? You just don't know, right, if you don't know the lifter.
I would have to agree with the 2.5 kilo jump based on the sheer volume of lifting I've seen. Commentating, I think 2.5 is the only place they should really be going.
Yeah, I mean, this is not a place to be, necessarily taking risk at this stage. There's a long competition to go, and every kilo, as we did say earlier, does matter.
We have Jessica Liu and her koalas out now for 150 kilos, representing Australia. 5 kilos off her personal best. Stays with that really well there.
2-1, still a good lift.
Yeah, and still all smiles. there for Jessica. Let's have a look at that again. She does get a blue from that center referee, and unfortunately they've overruled it. I think just maybe not happy with that end position.
Yeah, I mean, there was a slight forward lean. I don't know if they've seen something from that other side that we haven't.
I would be surprised. Otherwise, I would have to say there's potentially some inconsistencies if that was the case. But see how it is. We have Rivka Shard Kelly coming out now for the United States, 152.5. 2.5 kilos below her personal best.
The bar moved well. Let's see what the referees say. 3 white lights.
Yeah, it's still very comfortable. And that's really what you'd love to see from a second attempt. Enough confidence that you know you can make a decent sized jump to your third without the nerves of will I, won't I get that lift.
Especially the second that moves as well as that. Actually, it's the harder call is what number do we take?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think often the case. Don't want to sandbag the lifter, but don't want to push her so far that she misses out on a big portion of kilos you could have got. Amelia Fox now from Great Britain, 152.5 after taking a 7.5 kilo jump from her opener, landing her 5 kilos off her best squat. And she certainly fixed those depth problems. It's a very comfortable second.
Yeah, and I think when you're very controlled into the hole like that, you're really giving the referees the opportunity to see the depth. And she's absolutely done that on that squat with 3 white lights.
Important to note, she's had no depth issues this competition. It was a thing of the past for the athlete. Now one of our 2 athletes who unfortunately has not registered a squat yet, Cindy Zheng from Australia, 155 kilos, just got knocked out of position out of the hole and the bar rolled over her head. She seems completely uninjured. She left in fine spirit, so as long as she keeps her head screwed on, controls the bar, this should be a weight that's more than comfortable for her. And that is much better.
Yeah, absolutely. Maintain that sort of like chest up position. Bar stayed solid on the back, and 3 white lights.
And our second and final lifter who didn't manage to get their squat in on their first try round, Maria Paz Saez Soto from Costa Rica, from Chile, 160 kilos. It's gone up 2.5 kilos anyway. What are your thoughts here?
It's always risky. She obviously got called on depth. She's clearly got the strength, but let's just hope that doesn't affect her going through the competition. She's definitely gone lower.
And it was definitely more difficult, but she is on the board and the risk paid off. A good lift, 3 white lights.
Yeah, but an interesting call there again. You spoke about it earlier, Amelia. You know, for me, it moved very slowly to get to that depth. We're talking about another 2.5 kilo jump into her third, but let's see what she puts on the board.
And actually, with that 1 squat in, it moved her into squat bronze position. But that is subject to change moving forwards as Josefa Ignacia Soto Arcos from Chile, her teammate, looking to come out for 165 now. This will move her into squat gold for the time being, with Olin and Weinstein to follow.
She's fought through. Let's see what the referees say. No, 2-1, no lift. She did lose tension there in the hole, and it just didn't pay off her on that occasion.
Get ready. Are noted. Provisional squat goal.
And the penultimate second attempt, Emily Olin from Sweden. The next two lifters are those who are going to be fighting for that overall title more than anyone else here today. 165 kilos to move into squat gold for the time being, with Weinstein to follow. Already this will be a 2.5 kilo personal best for Emily.
Yeah, very solid second. Moved exactly the same as her opener.
Three white lights.
Three white lights, a good lift, moves into provisional gold.
167.5 for Amy Weinstein from the USA. You take provisional squat gold in a new personal best. Lisa, España, get ready.
And our final second attempt, Ellie Weinstein from the United States, taking a 10 kilo jump to move herself back into that squat gold position, heading into third attempts ahead of Olin. Every kilo counts here, building up that total to fight each other come those final deadlifts. Weinstein with the advantage in deadlift, Olin with the advantage in bench. Their squat very, very similar.
And the American having body weight as well.
Absolutely, it's going to be a tight race.
Yeah, very solid second attempt there.
And it is a good lift, 3 white lights. I think she'll want to make sure that she's not lent any more forwards in that finishing position. I'd hate to see her lose those extra kilos in her final attempt because of that. And that concludes the second round of squats. The squat medals as they stand now: Weinstein in gold, Olin in silver, and Van Dijk from the B group still holding on to that bronze for now, subject to change as we head into the third attempts. Bizardoe Badawi from Spain missed her second attempt, jumping 5 kilos anyway here to 147.5. Wasn't a strength issue, just got caught out on a technicality. Strength still very much there.
Yeah, that left-hand side again being called on depth.
No, it's a blue light she
Sorry,
gets
it
there.
is, yeah.
So let's have a look here. Again, that could be for her end position. Like I said, Weinstein needs to be careful of, but I wouldn't say that's any further forward than Weinstein's was.
No, absolutely not.
And it looks like she's okay with that. We move into Jessica Liu from Australia, 150 kilos. Didn't quite get this on her second, looking to regain those 7.5 kilos here that she is at risk of losing. Certainly looks better from here.
Yeah, pushes through nicely, and the referees 3 white lights. Good lift.
And it's really good to see some of these lifters who didn't get their second attempts come back and make those corrections and pick up those kilos.
Yeah, as the standards have improved in the juniors over the years, we've really seen that sort of improved consistency and people coming out and really solidifying their totals.
Yeah, and that really separates lifters from athletes, that mentality and the resilience to come back and make those changes and not let it get too much to you. Gabriela Galvez from Peru, 152.5 kilos, 5 kilo jump. This will be a 2.5 kilo personal best should she make this.
pushing through. No, not today. Hit that sticking point, and unfortunately the bar ground to a halt, and she just couldn't push through.
157.5 twice. We have a cash for Kit from the USA and Amelia Fox from Great Britain.
Yeah, as soon as those hips start to drift back.
Rivka Shao-Kelly from the United States. And by the way, well worth not counting her out for the overall title as well. She is up and amongst it, particularly if she gains these extra 5 kilos moving forward. 157.5 for Rivka.
Yeah, absolutely. When you start looking at some of the opening numbers, especially on her bench, she starts closing the gap.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's going to be a case of if Olin and Weinstein are so focused on each other, they may make mistakes and allow for Shao-Kelly to slip in there. But let's see how this third and final squat goes for her. Strength definitely there. I'm a little worried about her depth, and I hope I'm wrong. Oh, but she gets yellows. Let's have a look at that in the replay. Coach goes to the jury.
Same way for Amelia Fox, Great Britain. Get ready.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's getting overturned, unfortunately.
Jumping the rack command by the looks of things.
See the coach head back there. And like we said, she's going to want to have a good day from here if she wants to contest Weinstein and Olin. But for now, Amelia Fox from Great Britain looking to match her personal best here of 157.5. Like we said, outside shot of that overall podium. Great push from Fox, and manages to fight it on the way up. And a good lift, 3 white lights.
Yeah, very, very good from Amelia there. Very well deserved.
Cindy Zhang, Australia, 162.5. That's a beautiful squat, bronze in the class. This goes
And just a misload, well caught from the speaker there. And we have 5 squats remaining, and the medals are going to jump around quite a bit in the next few minutes, so we'll keep you up to date on what each squat means. As it stands, if nothing is to change, Weinstein will walk away with squat gold, Olin in squat silver, and Van Dyke from the B group in squat bronze. But we have Zhang, Soto, and Sayers looking to switch that around. Cindy Zhang now 162.5 kilos to move into squat bronze now that the right weight is on the bar. She would have certainly felt the difference between 162 and 172 on her back.
Yeah, absolutely.
But unfortunately, 162 still too heavy.
Yeah, again, not quite as extreme as that opening lift, but as soon as that bar started to move on the back, she's then shifted her weight back onto her heels, and at that point, unfortunately, the bar has just come to a stop, and no moving from that point forward.
It's where you tend to see the breakdown, like you said, in an upright squat like that.
Yeah, they tend to be they move until they don't in that position.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you do see a grind through that, it's usually one of the longer ones. Josefa Ignacia Soto Arcos from Chile didn't get that 165 in a second, is looking to go up 2.5 kilos anyway in a stab at the squat gold for the time being. But even if she gets this, not necessarily guaranteed a squat medal. That's how close these ladies are.
Let's see what the referees say.
3 white lights, a good lift, and provisional squat gold with 3 lifters to follow.
Yeah, she held that position at the top very well. I was very worried there for a moment that she was going to tip forward, but she held it and was given the rack command, so very well done there.
Three squats remaining and looking to knock down her teammate. We have Maria Paz Soto from Chile looking to hit 170 kilos to move her into provisional squat gold, and this would secure her at the very least a squat bronze should Olin and Weinstein get their third attempts.
This is a big jump from obviously missing her opener.
Yep, absolutely right. 2.5 kilos from her opener, which did look a little tough then, and then taking a 10 kilo jump now. We'll see how that pays off. Wow, I am incredibly impressed.
Yeah. Let's see what the referees say. 2-1.
2-1, a good lift. Provisional score gold. We'll have a look at that in the replay. She did get one depth call. And I know that when she put that number in, you pointed at the screen in surprise. And I got to say, it looked about the same as her second. Just a slow squatter.
It really did. And that's where it's important to know your lifters, right? I'm sure, you know, we all train with people who, from whatever weight up to 20, 30 kilos beyond, they all move the same. And you just got to know that's how that individual squats. But no, great squat.
And our penultimate final attempt, Emily Olin from Sweden, 170 kilos, looking to take back that squat gold position for the time being, with Weinstein to follow.
Kom igen, as the Swedish say.
Ooh, and that does surprise me.
Yeah, she took, I mean, to be fair, not that big a risk off the back of her second, but again, the margins are very tight, and as soon as that bar lost forward, she lost her positioning, and unfortunately the result was no lift.
Yeah, and a great example of, you know, some athletes look slow all the way through, and some athletes look quick until it just isn't there anymore, and means she doesn't get a squat medal, meaning both Chilean lifters have secured themselves a squat medal. Ellie Weinstein from the United States now in provisional squat bronze, looking to move into secured squat gold, 172.5 kilos, and if she gets this, she is neck and neck with Olin on prognosis. As you mentioned before, Weinstein ever so much lighter than Olin as well. So a lot riding on this third attempt. It will make deadlifts a lot easier for her. And it's tough, but she gets it going again.
Yeah, very impressive to get that bar moving when it stops. There's one red light on that left-hand side.
You have a look at that, the replay, the jury looking at it as well. I was a little bit more worried about her position.
I actually say from the replay angle, it does look better from where we're sat on the opposite side to the replay.
Oh, the jury has overruled it to a no lift, which means both leaders, Olin and Weinstein, don't get that final squat on the board. And so just ignoring what we see on the screen there, we have Saez Soto from Chile in squat gold, Soto Arcos from Chile in squat silver, and Weinstein from the United States in squat bronze. We're going to head into a 10-minute break now before bench press. We'll see. And welcome back to the 2025 IPF World Sub-Junior and Junior Powerlifting Championships here in San Jose, Costa Rica. I am Amelia Potter, joined by GB coach Ben Davies. Thank you for joining me again, Ben.
No, thank you for having me, and it's been an eventful start to the morning with squats.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a reminder, we have the 52 kilo juniors flight of 10, followed by a flight of 9, and then another flight of 10 for the 57 kilo juniors. So if you're looking for a lifter, they could be in one of those 3 flights. We head into the bench press now for the 52s, and kicking us off, Diana Francineth Rusinos Alacon, 55 kilos.
That's 3 highlights. That is a good opening attempt. Again, similar to the squats, say it again, not expecting too much resistance or issues on the openers, or we hope so at least, and we got off to a good start.
Yeah, the opener is just a place to get that lift on the board, know that you're that much closer to securing a total, and just setting pace for the rest of the lift. Emma Berzocchi from Canada, opening on 60 kilos, which is her current personal best. A lot more common to see this in the sub-junior and junior age categories. Their rate of progression is pretty quick there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think with the professional levels of sport over the last years, there's a lot of quality out there, and we see a lot of progress, especially at these younger age groups, and obviously the young end of the younger age groups.
Yeah, absolutely. And you just saw there Emma giving instructions to the spotter there how to give her hand out. She wants to go over the J-hook so she doesn't clip it.
Yeah, solid bench press. Very important. I've said it before actually that bench press, is a very, very technical lift, and getting that hand out perfect from the off is so important.
Yeah, it's the most technical. There's the most to think about, the most commands, the most that can go wrong. And I think there's a fine line, because I think it's important to practice with different people giving you handouts. If you get too particular with one, we've seen lifters struggle to get in the right position. Corinne Sinclair from Canada, 65 kilos. So yeah, I always advise lifters, or say that, make sure that you get a few different people to give you their handouts, because if it feels the same every time, then you come to the international platform and it doesn't feel the same. That I've seen throw a lot of juniors off.
Yeah, absolutely. And actually, over the last few years, definitely seen a lot more people take self handouts just to mitigate that.
That's exactly what we want to see in an opener.
Yeah, and another consideration, whilst these are still huge bench presses for the age and weight classes, that they can still only jump 2.5 kilos, and as a percentage of the weight that's on the bar, it's quite a large percentage jump. So quite often you won't expect to see much more than 2.5 and 5 at the max jumps on some of these attempts.
Yeah, so 2.5 kilos is the minimum jump you can make, unless of course it's a record, but it's only if it's a world record. You can't go for national records or anything like that, or regional records at a world championships. It has to be, in their case, a world junior or world open record. Iona Campardi from Greece, 67.5, opening on her personal best.
Yeah, very solid opening attempt there, and 3 white lights.
Abby Cooley of Great Britain, 70 kilos, opening 2.5 kilos below her personal best. And she's definitely, as I mentioned before, in a good spot to fight for that podium position, just on prognosis, 2.5 kilos off it behind Heisler of Germany.
Again, if you're the coaching team at the back here, you're just building every kilo you can, and then you put it on the line for that final deadlift.
Yeah, that's very comfortable for her.
3 white lights, a good lift.
3 white lights, a good lift. I imagine see maybe a 5 kilo jump there. Like you said, the percentage of the jump is very large to their body weight compared to some of the other weight classes that we see. I could argue for a 7.5 there, but it really does go from lifter to lifter.
Yeah, it really does. And as you say, it is a bit of personal preference, but again, it depends also how much risk that the team want to take at this stage to add kilos to the total.
Jessamay Tabwan from the Philippines, 70 kilos. And especially on bench press, like we said, being the most technical, the drop-off can be so hard and fast, especially with some of the lighter weight lifters, that 2.5 kilo jump, even from first to second to third, is pretty wise a lot of the time too. 70 kilo for Jessamay Tabwan, and moved really well.
Yeah, very, very speedy. Lincoln, you would have missed that one.
72.5 for Claudia O'Shea, Australia. Lisa Heisler, get ready.
Claudia O'Shea now coming out for 72.5 kilos. Keep my fingers crossed for her that she gets her opening attempt. Obviously technical issues on her squats and got in her third.
Yeah, she didn't have the easiest start to squat, but she got on the board and hopefully head forward from here. 72.5 for Claudia. And although doesn't have to worry about squat depth, elbow depth still an issue, but hopefully something that she's never had to face. Very quick.
And 3 white lights. That's a good lift.
You know, I said that and saw how big her arch was and got a little worried for a second there, but she balances the high rib cage and getting elbow depth really well.
I think we settled into a rhythm as well with the new rule. Obviously, it's been in for some time now, and I think many people have adapted to it, and I think the referees as well have got very used to reffing it as well, which is all important.
Yeah, there are occasionally some discrepancies. I think it's a matter of opinion in some cases, but overall, I think, like you said, settled well into it. 80 kilos for Lisa Heisler from Germany. Again, looking to fight for a podium position. Few names in the hat to fight for silver and bronze.
Yeah, absolutely. I think as we go through both bench and deadlifts, Heisler and Cooley will be fighting out as we go through this.
Three white lights,
A good lift.
82.5 for Marina Maxwell, US7. Next up is Christian Sola. Loaded.
82.5 kilos for Marina Maxwell from the United States. If all goes well for Maxwell, she continues to charge forwards, full steam, ahead of the rest of the group.
Yeah, absolutely. And just looking at the world junior record here, 113.5. So we're probably unlikely to see an attempt at that today.
Yeah, our highest opener at 90 kilos is also the same as the world open record. So one in the same, but it would be a big jump for Christiane to get there.
So very solid press that.
Yeah, plenty left in the tank there, and day's not done for Maxwell. And she's definitely doing the right thing and not being complacent. You know, she's definitely aware that there are lifters. Should she make a couple mistakes, it can capitalize on it. If she has a 9 for 9 day, she'll be hard to catch, but she's not taking that for granted.
No, we have seen it before, so again, it's nice to see that she's staying locked in and doing what she needs to do.
Christiane Solheim Storgard from Norway, 90 kilos, our heaviest opener of the flight. Has a personal best of 97.5. So like you said, I don't think we'll get near that world record today, but certainly are pressing towards it. She has another year left in the juniors, so who knows where she'll be next year. Two to one, a good lift. Does get a yellow from that center referee. And we'll have a look at the replay. That could be for jumping a command. Her hair's off the bench, but that's okay. Her head is well on the bench.
Yeah, no, by looking at the centre referee, just talking over there at the judges, the jury, I think that's exactly what it was for, but it looks like it's going to stand.
And we move into the second round, meaning everybody is on the board and they can now securely add some more kilos to their total. First up, Diana Francineth Recinos Alacon from Guatemala. 60 kilos, a 5 kilo jump here.
Yeah, another very solid bench press there. 3 white lights.
Emma Bazzocchi from Canada now, taking a 5 kilo jump to 65 for a new personal best. And it's well worth just giving the spotter a reminder of how you like your hand out. You know, they're going to see tens of lifters in between your attempts.
Yeah, absolutely.
And a good lift, 3 white lights, just like a squat, a very tidy lifter.
Absolutely. And go back to point, Amelia, about just reminding the spotter how you want it handed out. Nothing worse when you are doing that job and someone says, same as last time, and you've got a flight of, and you're like, I'm helping everyone out here. So it's,
last time for who?
Yeah, exactly.
Corinne St. Kerr from Canada, 70 kilos, 5 kilo jump from her opener.
Yeah, solid lift there, as we would have expected from the way she's been lifting today, and 3 white lights.
Abby Cooley from Great Britain, coming up 7.5 kilos. A 2.5 kilo jump from her opener. Like we said, you know, some lifters just are more comfortable with certain jumps.
Oh no, so unfortunately got pinned on her chest there. Hopefully a technical issue.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if it was technical or maybe psychological, because the opener was so comfortable for her.
Bar is now loaded for Greece at 72.5 kilos. This is a 5 kilo jump from opener to second. Solid press there, moves well, and the referees say 3 white lights. That is a good lift. Now moving on to 77.5 kilos for Jessie May Tabu, here for the Philippines. This is a 7.5 kilo jump for a second attempt. Not unusual to see, but I would say normally 2.5 to 5 is fairly usual at these weights.
Yeah, with a current personal best of 75 kilos, it'd be 2.5 kilo personal best for her should she get this. And like we said, we've seen some lifters we expect to make a big jump, make a smaller jump and struggle, and we've seen other lifters make these slightly larger jumps. So they know themselves, the coaches know them.
Again, moved very, very nicely there. Let's see what the referees say. 2 to 1 there from the centre ref for a yellow light.
Yeah, but made really good work with that 7.5 kilo jump. Claudia O'Shea now had a much smoother start to, and the jury has overruled that for tab 1, unfortunately.
Yeah, I should probably refresh myself on the rule. The yellow light. To be fair, for where I'm stood, it was very obvious that her left heel was up.
Yeah, I had to rely on you a little there. I had some mic issues myself, but hopefully something she can fix there. Just a slight positioning issue with her feet. I think they're too far in one position. But O'Shea now is 77.5 kilos.
Yeah, moving very nicely.
3 white lights, a good lift.
And very important, I think, as well. Look, she's not let the squat session knock her confidence. She's come out absolutely booming on bench and got her to both first and second lift there. So great job there.
We now have Lisa Heisler from Germany. Personal best for 82.5 kilos, taking a 5 kilo jump from her opener now to 85 for a new personal best. Moves her into bench press silver provisionally for the 3rd round, with Maxwell and Sogard still to follow.
Yeah, absolutely, and obviously that battle that she's going to be having with Abby Cooley from GB is going to extend that lead just a little bit.
The weight certainly looks comfortable in her hands. Oh, and that does surprise me. The way that she unracked that was very confident.
It was, and this is, this is where the excitement of powerlifting unravels. That actually, one moment you think that she's going to add some kilos to a gap to another athlete, and then goes and misses the second bench themselves.
Yeah, and she said that she just touched it a bit too high, and you can see where the chalk line is from the first attempt. It was much higher than that, but that means that it's still pretty close between her and Cooley moving forward. So they both have a chance to reattempt and, get back on track at their 3rd. Marina Maxwell from the United States, taking a 7.5 kilo jump to 90 kilos for her 2nd attempt. Moves her provisionally into bench press gold with Sogard to follow.
Yeah, very solid press there.
And a good lift, 3 white lights. Yeah, and you can tell that she knows that she's starting to build a lead that will force the others to fight for silver and bronze. She'll be really quite impossible to catch now should she just get that opening deadlift in.
Yeah, absolutely. With every lift, she sort of gains confidence.
Christiane Solheim, Sogard. looking to move back into bench press gold, heading into the third round, 95 kilos. 5-kilo jump from her opener. Not unusual to see some of the Scandinavian countries being the biggest benchers in the flight.
No, absolutely not. I think as a group of countries, very well known for big bench presses. What a shame. I mean, it was very obvious there. She's jumped the press command, so 3 red lights. But it did move very easily. So let's see what they do, whether they take a risk and go up or whether they just play it safe.
Yeah, and with her going to be so close, fighting for those silver bronze medals, Norway might find somewhere in between, go up a little bit to try and push for the bench gold, but also for an overall position.
Yeah, I mean, look, personally for me, she missed the press, paused it, put it back on her chest, got the press command, pushed it up. I think the risk is probably worth the reward there on taking a jump.
Yeah, and I think maybe they were planning on 100, and I think they've done exactly what we said in jumping 2.5 kilos instead of 5, and we'll see how that goes when we get there. But for now, we head into the third round of bench press, kicking us off with 65 kilos from Guatemala, Diana Francineth Rusinos Alacon. For a new personal best, an equal 5 kilos jump here. And just the wrong rack height there, so the clock gets reset for her. So a full minute to set up, get those commands. Great third attempt.
Absolutely exactly where you want to need to be. 3 white lights.
Yeah, and it's also a question sometimes of, you know, how much more could we have got out of that. I think that was the perfect number for her. A couple extra kilos was a little too risky, so the coaching team did a great job there. Emma Bazocchi from Canada. 5-kilo jump to 70 now for a final attempt. Been lifting really well today in terms of form. Her technique has been very crisp, even when she hasn't got the lift on that third attempt, stayed very tight.
Yeah, very well executed there. Let's see what the referees say. Yeah, 3 white lights, good lift. She's been very, very clinical with her lifts today. Actually, very enjoyable to watch.
Abby Cooley from Great Britain coming out. She made a 2.5-kilo jump from her 70-kilo opener, and I think she just, like another lifter, touched a little too high in her chest, so her arms fled out a bit. I don't think it's a strength issue because the 70 kilos was so comfortable. I think if she can just regain the form that she found on that opening attempt, she'll be absolutely fine, and if anything, I think it will be extremely comfortable for her.
Yeah, I agree. And look, we spoke about this right at the very start. The most technical lift, and a centimetre off positioning on the chest can make all that difference.
Yeah, and there it is, a completely different lift. She found that initial position and gets those extra couple kilos.
4 more attempts to change your order from the first group to 57.
And that also puts her in a great position, of course, with Heisler missing her second attempt and having to retake. Keeps them pretty on par with each other. Corinne St. Cyr from Canada, jumping 5 kilos to 75 for a final attempt for a 2.5-kilo personal best.
Just wouldn't budge this time.
No lift. $75 for Ivana Novak in Greece. Next up is Jessamine Taiwan. Bar loaded. 3 more minutes to change the orders.
Ioana Campardi here for Greece. Again, 75 kilos stays on the bar.
Yeah, this is a 2.5 kilo jump for another personal best for Campardi. Just a reminder, after this flight, we'll go straight into the 57B group, followed by the 57A group. Does very well to stick with that.
Yeah, that was a nice bench press, and let's see what the referees say. 3 white lights, that is a good lift and a very well-deserved attempt there.
Jessamine Taiwan, Philippines, advancing 80 kilos. Victor O'Shea, get ready. Bar loaded.
Jessamine Tabwan from the Philippines missed out on that 77.5. It's gone up 2.5 kilos anyway here for an 80 kilo bench and a personal best. Again, just reminding the spotter about where she'd like the bar given to her. Takes a moment to settle herself. After knowing you've made a miss, it's important to keep your head forward, screwed on, and just focus on the lift ahead of you.
Yeah, I'm going to assume it was that left heel that was up on the overturn on the last lift. Let's see what happens there. She raises the bar.
And it is a good lift, 3 white lights.
Yeah, and there's nothing the jury can do about that one.
Yeah, and whatever it was last time, she managed to fix up, or at least convince that referee that she had done. And then the rule book, you know, it's get your feet as flat as the footwear you're wearing allows you to. So I think she was doing that. 82.5 kilos for Claudia O'Shea from Australia. And for the time being, this puts her in bench press bronze with Heisler to follow. So a potential chance to grab a bench press medal here for O'Shea.
Yeah, a little bit of pressure creeping up on the German's third attempt.
It's a great fight from O'Shea. And a good lift, 3 white lights, moves into bench press bronze provisionally.
That was very impressive. I mean, the bar bobbled on her chest, and she did get a bit of an elongated hold there, but still managed on the press command to raise the bar, and a very good bench press there.
Yeah, and she met the command really well, which sometimes goes against the lifter, and they get a yellow light for that, but she got it bang on.
No more changes.
Now, Lisa Heisler from Germany, 85 kilos, and that would take the bench press bronze away from O'Shea from Australia, and also an extra 5 kilos, which will pull her ahead of Cooley heading into deadlifts.
I think another one she hit to the coach, she missed her touch point again on the second, so hopefully she can rectify that.
So very similar to Cooley's situation. Oh, and already struggled there with the unrack, immediately couldn't straighten her arms. She has 25 seconds left, and this is a lot better already. Yeah, and I think that just got in her head a little bit there, and that puts her on par now with Cooley heading into deadlift for that fight for the bronze, and it means O'Shea from Australia ends up with the bench press bronze.
Yeah, it's very, very tough. Once you get that re-rack command on a bench press, the energy it takes, you know, at these weights for these girls can really, really disadvantage you. And that's a prime example right there.
Marina Maxwell from the United States currently sat in bench press gold. 95 kilos for a new personal best, and to increase her lead on Sorgard. Sorgard to follow.
Yeah, you'll see her here. She has a very heavy touch onto the chest, but it's been working for her. Let's see what she can pull out on this third and final bench press attempt. Yeah, very powerful. And 3 white lights there.
Big celebration there from Maxwell. New personal best. As you said, a great third attempt. A lot of lifters adopting that heavier press now to adjust to their elbow depth rule. And our final bench press of the 52s, we have Christian Thorheim Sorgard from Norway. 97.5 kilos. I think just jumped the command on the 95. So this is to move her back into bench press gold. And the strength is definitely there. We said this is a risk well worth taking, particularly to stay ahead and make the others fight for bronze overall.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen to command and she'll be absolutely fine with this. And there we have it. In some places that could be classed as an opener and move that fast.
Yeah, and that did a lot. If she'd missed that, Heisler and Cooley could have fought for silver with her, but heading into deadlifts, it makes it a lot harder of a job now. Not a million miles away, but certainly a little tougher. Anybody's game still. You can see here, not too much separating actually the lifters on subtotal, but with those deadlift openers coming in, it is subject to change. Maxwell walking away with bench press gold. Sorgard in at silver. No, I don't know why that's gone in wrong. She got that last attempt. So Sorgard in gold, Maxwell in silver, and Heisler in bronze. Sorry, O'Shea in bronze. A little issue with the scoreboard there, but Sorgard definitely got that last attempt of 97.5 kilos, which will be corrected, but we now head into the 57s. And you can see the running order of the first group, all the way up until 95 kilos for Contreras. And first up, we have Ashlyn Teo from Singapore, 52.5 kilos. Extremely comfortable, no resistance there, but unfortunately I think just jumped one of the commands. Easy to do, you know, as a junior, for your first international. There's a lot of commands on bench, like I said. Squat has 2, bench has 3, deadlift just 1. And I'm not sure which one it was, but definitely one was skipped. We can't hear the referee on the replay. Adriana Isabel Garcia Pilo from Guatemala, 70 kilos. 15 kilos above her personal best.
Been some bench press work going down in the gym.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've seen that a few times from a few of the countries. Their personal best well below their opening attempts.
Solid opening lift there. Referees say 3 white lights. There's a good lift. And again, it sort of comes back to what we were saying earlier, Amelia, that, you know, certainly the juniors and sub-juniors can make such big progress between competitions. And if she's fairly new to the sport, no surprise to see such a big increase on her personal best.
Yenny Mendoza from Mexico, 72.5 kilos.
Solid opening lift there.
2 to 1, a good lift. If we just have a view of that side angle in the replay, yellows from the side and bench press usually indicate some sort of lift, which I'm hoping not to see, but yeah, from as soon as she braces, we can see the lift, and the jury has overruled that to a no lift.
Power lift for Canada. So no lift for Jenny Mendoza, no lift.
Andrea Van Dyke from Canada, 72.5 kilos.
Yeah, had a couple of instances yesterday with butt lift, and for those not in the room, there's a big screen off to the left-hand side of the platform, and the angle of any butt lift is very well obvious to everyone in the room.
And that is a good lift. 3 white lights.
One red light on the side, 75 kilos for Ana Paula Barrantes, Costa Rica. About to go, get ready.
Ana Paula Barrantes from Costa Rica,
Power loaded.
opening 2.5 kilos below her personal best, 75 kilos.
Yeah, very solid opening lift there. 3 white lights, that is a good lift.
75 kilos also for Eva Slovenia. Jane Erasmo, get ready. 74, please, 74. Cuatro.
Eva Skar from Slovenia out next,
Power loaded.
opening on 75 kilos. 5 kilos below her personal best. Had a great squat session.
Yeah, very solid opening lift there.
3 white lights, a good lift for Slovenia. Jane Erasmo, Philippines, 80 kilos. Patricia Moreno, get ready. Power loaded.
Jane Erasmo from the Philippines, coming out for her opening attempt of 80 kilos. Very controlled on the way up and rewarded with a quick press command. 3 white lights, a good lift. Press command is given when the center referee is happy that the bar is controlled and stationary on the chest.
Yeah, and you really do see it for those that are dead stop, hold the bar, as you say, to a dead still position, and they are getting that quick press command, which is what we want to see.
Sometimes the trouble with that sinking is it takes a little while for it to settle, and that command can take a little longer. Patricia Moreno Zabala, 85 kilos, 2.5 kilos below her personal best.
Yeah, very solid opening bench press there, and rewarded with 3 white lights.
95.
Let's have a look at that again in the replay.
Ashley Kilos, take the board, get ready. Borrowed it.
We now have Samantha Contreras from Mexico opening on 95 kilos, our final opener of this flight.
That was a lovely opening, a little bit slow off the chest, and 1 yellow light from the left-hand side, but nonetheless a good lift.
Yeah, we'll catch that on the replay from that angle. And now we head into the second round of bench press. All bar 2 lifters with an opener on the board, Mendoza and Teo. They can try now. No strength issues, which is great to see. So hopefully technical things they can fix here on their second. First of those lifters, Ashlyn Teo from Singapore, who's chosen to go up 5 kilos anyway to 57.5. It certainly could be risky. I think the only arguable case for that is if it's a skipped command, which it is in Ashlyn's case. But I hope this is just as comfortable for her, because it is a risk otherwise.
Looks like a risk that paid off, and the referees agree, 3 white lights.
This time she's on the board. Yeni Mendoza from Mexico to do the same with 17.5. Garcia Pilo, get ready.
And we now have Yeni Mendoza from Mexico. Our other lifter who didn't manage to get their opener in on the board took the opposite approach with their second attempt. Kept the weight the same. Yeni looking to retake that 72.5 kilos. And I'm certainly not mad at Team Mexico for looking to retake the same weight.
No, absolutely not. And I think, you know, it's the sensible choice. Risks do pay off, but well, yeah, I'd say don't disagree with this decision at all.
It's more rare for me to agree with them going up in bench press than not. Particularly because that looked a little bit more laboured, but it's a good lift and she's on the board.
75 kgs for Garcia, Guatemala. On that, get ready.
Adriana Isabel Garcia Pilo from Guatemala, taking a 5 kilo jump here to 75 for her second attempt for a new personal best.
She gets it moving off the chest and locks it out. That is 3 white lights. Not the easiest second attempt. So I would be expecting a 2.5 kilo jump for our next lift, but let's see what happens.
We now have Andrea Van Dyke from Canada taking a 5 kilo jump to 77.5 for her second attempt. This is a match personal best for Andrea. Yeah, and makes easy work of that. A good lift, 3 white lights. And her head is screwed on so tight. She is so zoned in and focused. And it's really paying off for her. Ana Paula Bonantes Rodriguez from Costa Rica, jumping to 80 kilos. Looking to hit a personal best on her second attempt here by 2.5 kilos.
Yeah, absolutely. Using the home travel advantage to benefit here.
And it's been great to see Costa Rica being able to send a bigger team. I think I've only ever seen them at most send maybe 2 athletes to an Open Championships.
Yeah, and a very solid attempt there. One yellow card on this right-hand side.
Yeah, we'll have a look at that side angle. As we mentioned before, most commonly for glutes, and it does look like there's a little bit of lift there. It's up to the discretion of the jury whether they agree with that. It's really hard to tell, but they seem happy with it, which I'm glad to see. I think that could have gone either way.
Yeah, absolutely. Like it's a, especially at the lighter body weights, it's sometimes quite hard to tell where the hamstring finishes and the glute starts. So she got the benefit of the doubt there, which is exactly as it is dictated in the rule book. The benefit of the doubt towards the lifter, and it remains a good lift.
Yeah, exactly. If you're unsure, then move into the direction of the lifter. Eva Strigar, 80 kilos. And she's so technically efficient in her bench as well as her squat. Wastes absolutely no amount of energy in the way that she lifts. Expect to see a perhaps 2.5 kilo jump there for Eva. Jane Erasmo from the Philippines taking a 5 kilo jump to 85 for her second attempt. This would be a 2.5 kilo personal best.
Yeah, very nicely controlled on the chest and like a record spring to the top and 3 white lights. Very good bench press that.
Patricia Moreno Zabala from Spain at 90 kilos for her second attempt, our penultimate second attempt in this flight. And that is a good lift, 3 white lights. You can see where the breakdown will be when it gets a little bit harder. For now, still pretty smooth. You can see her right arm and her left arm locks out ever so slightly at a different time. And I'm sure that'll be exaggerated as it gets a little heavier.
Yeah, absolutely, and not uncommon to see either.
No, not at all, and it's still moving really well at this point. Now have 100 kilos even on the bar for Samantha Contreras from Mexico. Half a kilo below her personal best and what I imagine to be a Mexican record.
Yeah, very solid off the chest, and 3 white lights.
Yeah, she did very well to meet the command there. Didn't wait any longer than she needed to. At some point in time, it becomes a game of reaction speed.
Yeah, it really does. And she's approaching her top end, as you say, so it's only 0.5 off of her PB. So, and here she'll only be able to jump 2.5.
Yes, it'll be a big PB. And as we head into that third round, everybody is now on the board. Mendoza and Teo managed to get on the board on that second round. So, again, can breathe a sigh of relief and look to add some more kilos here. Teo jumping 2.5 to 60 after making that slight risk of going up on her second. Certainly paid off now as she looks to match her personal best on the biggest stage in the world.
As a solid third attempt and 3 white lights. Good lift.
77.5 twice the first one from Mendoza, Mexico. And Garcia Pino, Guatemala. Pablo Dick.
And Jenny Mendoza from Mexico taking a 5 kilo jump now to 77.5. Decided to stay on plan. Retake her opener. And perhaps this is her planned second attempt, or perhaps this is somewhere in between that planned second and third, which I think a lot of coaches and athletes try and do in this scenario. Let's see if 5 kilos is too ambitious of a jump or if it's just right for her now. I would say that's on the money.
Absolutely. No, good attempt there.
3 white lights, a good lift. Segway for Adriana Isabel Garcia Pino, Guatemala. Ana Paola Costa Rica, get ready. Forward.
Adriana Isabel Garcia Pilo from Guatemala, 77.5 kilos. 2.5 kilo jump for a new personal best.
Unfortunately not today, just a bit too heavy.
And how do you console a lifter that comes off a little bit disappointed after bench when they still have to go back into deadlifts?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, it's hard, right? I think you just got to reassure them that they're on the board, they're still in the competition, and that deadlifts matter.
Absolutely.
Again, every lifter is different. Some may be able to move on very quickly, and others, as I say, might need a little bit more work from the coaching team.
Yeah, and that's why it's so important, I think, to know your lifters, the needs that they have, and to have that conversation before the game day with them in different scenarios. What do you need from me? Ana Paula Barrentes Rodriguez from Costa Rica taking a 2.5 kilo jump to 82.5 to be a new personal best. One arm at a time, there it is. 2 to 1, a good lift. Just a yellow from that side referee, so we'll head to that side angle. Sometimes when it's heavier, the leg drive increases and the glutes can lift. She managed to pass with it last time. Let's see.
Looks like it is going to remain. The jury don't seem to be looking at it too hard.
Eva Strigar from Slovenia now taking a 2.5 kilo jump, 82.5.
Yeah, if she is successful here, she'll be locking a little 2.5 kilo bench PB as well. Not today, just a little bit too heavy off the chest. Positioning seemed a little bit off, but again, you know, that's the name of the game. Add some kilos on the bar and just not quite successful.
Yeah, and sometimes you can become painfully aware that it's the most you've ever had in your hands, and that can overtake sometimes, and in a lot of cases it just is too much. Andrea Van Dyke from Canada, 82.5, feeling confident enough to take another 5 kilo jump here for a new personal best.
Yeah, very solid lifting so far in the competition.
Yeah, and she's been 100% focused so far. Great fight, good catch from the spot and loaders. It's just a little too much, and I think a great opportunity to have used that 2.5 kilo jump. Like we said, bench can drop off really hard and fast, but hindsight is 2020.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, if she'd made the lift, it would have been all high fives out the back, and you know, in hindsight, is a great thing.
Jane Erasmo from the Philippines, 90 kilos. Just going to ignore that ranking for now, as we have another flight of lifters, but for the time being, that's where it will move her to.
Yeah, very solid third attempt. I think, Amelia, did you say she competed in the equipped earlier this week?
She did, yeah, absolutely. She did very well.
And actually, you can tell in her style of bench pressing, very slow and controlled onto the chest, and like a recoiled spring on the press command. Yeah, you can definitely go as far as saying almost a tempo bench.
Yeah, absolutely, and you see it work for a lot of lifters to be in control of that weight the entire time. Patricia Moreno Zabala, 95 kilos, 5 kilo jump.
See what the referees say.
Yeah, just jumped that press command.
Yeah. Again, another, she's taking a risk there, jumping 5 kilos into the final attempt. As I say, second attempt was solid, but wasn't fast. And as such, she's jumped that press command.
And when it's more than you've ever lifted before, your mind and your body are fighting against each other to just get that off your chest as quickly as possible. Our final bench press of this flight before we move into the A group, Samantha Contreras of Mexico, 102.5 kilos on the bar for a new personal best of 2 kilos, and I imagine to take home a new Mexican bench press record.
No, not today. And as I say, to jump 2 kilos when your PB is 100.5 is a big ask, and unfortunately the strength just wasn't there today.
And that is the standings as they are right now as we head into the next flight of 57s. Contreras still leading with that 100, followed by Erasmo and Moreno Zabala with 90 separated on body weight. But that is subject to change here as we have 3 lifters 100 kilos and above on their openers. You can see here Galvez, Liu and Olin So medals subject to change as we head into the first round of the 57s here. Bizaldue Badawi from Spain, opening on 65 kilos. Worth noting as well, with Olin opening at 112.5, the world junior record at 120.5, and the world open record at 123.
Yeah, very solid opener there. And as you say, Amelia, I think we'll see how it plays out, but we may see a world record attempt there.
Yeah, where it was a bit more unsure in the 52s, I would be certainly very surprised if I didn't see Team Sweden go for the junior record, especially as that chip will be ever so helpful in the fight for overall with Weinstein. But we'll have to wait and see. Sweden definitely don't take unnecessary risks.
No, they've always been a very solid coaching team in that regard as to attempt selection and where they need to be to end up at the end of the competition, not just in each and any single lift.
Great Britain's Amelia Fox coming out for 75 kilos. Extremely comfortable opening attempt.
Yeah, Amelia, not her first international competition. Very dependable, very reliable, and very good lifter.
Are loaded.
Josefa Ignacia Soto Arcos from Chile walked away with a squat medal, opening here on 80 kilos for her bench press, 5 kilos below her personal best.
Yeah, solid press there. Took a bit of time to get moving off the chest, but yeah, once it got going, it was absolutely fine.
Yeah, very strong attempt there. Wearing one of the OG SBD singlets as well. Hard to come by these days.
Yeah, I've got a few at the bottom of the wardrobe, although I was probably about 12 kilos lighter when I fit into them.
Ellie Weinstein from the United States, 82.5 kilos. Really tight battle there at the top, so every kilo counts. Had a great squat session. Adopts quite a heavy sink there, probably to adjust to that elbow depth rule. A good lift, 3 white lights.
Absolutely. There's a part of me actually that's quite glad that some of the more lightweight girls aren't being penalised for that. Obviously, it looks more extreme at the smaller weight classes versus some of the heavyweight men who tend to get away with it. And it's been adopted well by quite a lot of lifters now.
Yeah, absolutely. It does look different, extremely different from the lightweight to the heavyweight lifters. Maria Paz Saez Soto from Chile, 85 kilos, opening on her personal best. Also managed to walk away with a squat medal. Squat gold, in fact.
Yeah, very solid opening attempt there.
Get ready. Are loaded.
Cindy Zheng from Australia, opening at 87.5 kilos. 2.5 kilos below her personal best.
One red card there in the middle.
Yeah, that would be for elbow depth. We'll have a look at that from the front angle. And we're looking for the elbows to be in line with the middle of the shoulder joint. And that looked okay to me there. Jury seemed happy with it. First elbow depth call I think we've seen.
Yeah, it definitely is this morning. Yeah.
Weight is correct. Weight is correct. You need to
And we now have Rivka Shawat Kelly from the United States. 97.5 kilos. I know that we've mentioned Weinstein and Olin a lot, but it's definitely worth mentioning Rivka as well. She's well up there. And probably to her favor as well that she's seeming like a bit of a dark horse at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. And you said it earlier, Amelia, you know, to come from behind and actually the other two being focused on themselves might be a blessing in disguise for her. And that was a good opening bench press.
Yeah, it was. It was a good lift, and perhaps Team USA a little bit more aware of her, you know, as they are teammates, but certainly in a better position to sneak up with a little less pressure. 100 kilos in the bar for Gabriela Galvez from Peru, opening on her personal best here.
Yeah, very nice bench press there. And, oh.
Yeah, unfortunately, a red from the center referee for elbow depth and yellow. She had a lot of leg drive, so I don't know which angle I want to hear. I'll take what I get. Yeah, we'll get the side angle, and wow.
Yeah.
Just clear off the bench. That's going to stay.
Yeah, both on the descent and the press.
Jessica Liu now from Australia, 100 kilos on the bar. Definitely in contention for a bench press medal.
Yeah, very nice bench press there.
3-1 lights, a good lift.
Final over 112.5 for Emily in Sweden.
And our final opening attempt, Emily Olin from Sweden, 112.5 kilos. And even if she was to take 2.5 kilo jumps, which I can't imagine happening at this weight, she's still 3 kilos off that world junior record. So, like I said, I'd be extremely surprised if we don't end up there or above there on her third. But let's first see how 112 moves for her.
Yeah, very precise handout instructions there to the spotter. Make sure she's getting that perfect handout.
Yeah, and I think the only thing stopping her from getting there is likely to be a technical issue.
Yeah, very solid lift there. 2-1. Depth call there from the centre referee. Let's see it on the replay.
Yeah, jury discussing that now. Yeah, and it's been overruled by the jury to a no lift. And I said the only thing that would stop her from going for that record would be a technical issue. And she looks like she X'd out her second attempt, and I think they're going to want to change that now. And
they will be allowed to, obviously, if once the jury overrule, they are allowed to have a rethink. Yeah, let's see. It's not the first time we've seen big arch bench presses get called on openers.
Yeah,
no.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to have to adjust, and they're going to have to come out for that second attempt. Bizaldue Badawi from Spain, 67.5 kilos.
Very nice from Rizal. It's a good kilos for Emilia Fox. Great content. So Blanco Chile, get ready.
Next up we have Amelia Fox with the bar being loaded to 80 kilograms.
Followed it.
Yeah, 5 kilo jump from her opener, which looked fairly comfortable for her, landing her just 2.5 kilos below her best bench for 82.5.
Yeah, very solid second attempt there. Very nice.
And a good lift, 3 white lights. Josefa Ignacia Soto Arcos from Chile, jumping 5 kilos to match her personal best of 85 kilos here.
Slow off the chest, but she does raise the bar, and good lift, 2 to 1, blue card in the middle.
Yeah, well, look at that here. I think the centre referee wasn't quite happy with how locked out her arms were at the beginning, but she gave the start command, so should be fine.
Absolutely.
Of course, if the side referees indicate that they're good to go, she has to give that command, but jury seem happy with it. 87.5 kilos for Ellie Weinstein, 5 kilo jump for a new personal best. Ellie, one of these lifters, as we mentioned, adopting that big sink technique. Worked very well for her on her opener. But that is the issue sometimes. A lot of power off the chest and run out of steam a little bit halfway up. Does get a yellow from the side referee, so we'll have a look at that angle. That sink requires a lot of leg drive.
That is well off the bench in the replay. It's very obvious, unfortunately, and the jury have overturned it.
Which definitely, as long as Olin can get that opener in, will keep them close. Maria Paz Soto from Chile, 90 kilos in the bar, 5 kilo jump for a 5 kilo personal best.
And whilst only prognosis, that does tighten the pack at the top end. Solid second there, and 3 white lights. Very happy with that bench press.
Cindy Zheng from Australia, 92.5 kilos, a 5 kilo jump. Another lifter looking for a personal best in their second attempt here.
Very nice press there, and 2 to 1 from the centre ref.
Yeah, just another lifter getting caught on elbow depth there. You can see how high her arch is. We'll see, but it looks like she does meet it regardless.
Yeah, absolutely. It doesn't look like the jury are even paying too much attention to the replay, so they're happy.
Gabriela Galvez now from Peru, missed that 100 kilos on her opener. Needs to secure it here on her second to be able to post a total. I'm still a little worried about that elbow depth.
Yeah, she's been called again by the centre ref. Jury are looking at it.
Let's have a look at that here in the replay. And I think it's that left arm giving her a little bit of issue. Jury don't seem to be in agreement, so it should. No, they did agree in the end. Unfortunately overruled. Still no lift on the board for her. Rivka Shao Kelly now, 102.5. For the time being, moves her into bench press gold with Liu and Olin to follow.
Very nice press again, implementing that Cinco technique, and it's working for her.
Yeah, and as we were saying before, you know, she's someone to keep her eye out for. Both Weinstein and Olin have missed an attempt on bench so far, and if she carries on like that, she's going to start smoothly moving up next to them and could potentially pull ahead.
And it won't be the first time that someone's had a consistent meet, go 9 for 9 and hip everyone at the post.
Absolutely. 1:05 for Jessica Liu from Australia. This moves her into bench press gold for the time being from bronze, and will give her a 1 kilo personal best to take home what I imagine is Australian junior bench record.
Slow off the chest with a very solid bench press and 3 white lights. She is very happy with that.
Sweden 112.5. Bars loaded. She's retaking, but was not
Now retaking her opener, Emily Olin got overruled by the jury. 112.5 kilos. Now I said the only reason I wouldn't see her go to the record was because of a technical issue, but they actually originally X'd out the second attempt, which I didn't anticipate, and seems strange, especially when the race is so close. See how this goes. Hopefully she can get it on the board.
Definitely sunk more there. And 3 white lights, good lift.
And I'll be interested to see if they do go for a third or they do exit out here.
Yeah, I might have a word with the Swedish coach to see what the tactic was going to be with the X-out, whether they were going to give her more rest and do a big jump in for a record, or what was going on there. Obviously, for now, we will just have to wait and see.
Yeah, absolutely. Lots of questions there, hopefully to be answered. And I think that probably is the case if she does put a third in. But as we move forward now into the third attempts, Bar Galvez with a bench on the board. Bisaldue Badawi from Spain coming out for 70 kilos now to match her personal best.
And there we have it.
Yeah, Ben, of course, referencing Olin putting in for that record on her third. So I think probably was just waiting for a bigger jump. But for now, wow.
That's a very lovely third attempt.
Definitely left kilos there. 3 white lights, a good lift. As we say, though, with these lighter weight women, you know, she could have added 2.5 kilos more to that, and it could have just not budged. It's a very fine line. But like you said, a great third attempt. Amelia Fox from Great Britain, taking a 2.5 kilo jump to match her personal best, 82.5. I believe she matched her squat best on squats and now looking to match on bench press as well. So feeling near the top of her strength here today. Just a bit too much for Fox.
Yeah, very unfortunate there. It looked like as she brought the bar to her chest, you could just see the sort of slight change in angle on the chest, but never mind. She'll move on to deadlifts.
Yeah, and she's an extremely good deadlifter. It's only forward from here. It's not on second attempts where you have to figure out what went wrong and fix it up. It's on to the next discipline. Ellie Weinstein from the United States missed 87.5 on her second. Looking to get it here on her third. Just got called for butt lift on that second attempt. And certainly we want to get this, especially if Olin gets that chip and if her teammate is continuously consistent today. This is important. No, and I think
No.
tried to reduce the leg drive, but as a result, just didn't have the power off the chest.
Yeah, absolutely. And even from where we are sat, Amelia, I could see the butt popped up as well on that leg drive. So unfortunately, she's not pressing that weight today.
Loaded, side solo, get ready.
Josefa Ignacia Soto Arcos from Chile, jumping 2.5 kilos to 87.5.
Not today, unfortunately, just a little bit too heavy.
Chile, side Soto, Maria Paz, 2.5. Cindy Zhang, get ready. Power loaded for Chile.
Maria Paz Soto from Chile. Also looking for a personal best here on her third attempt. Bar is loaded to 92.5 kilos.
Yeah, that's a solid third attempt. That's what the referees say. 3 white lights, that is a good lift. And she is very happy with that.
Yeah, she's having a great day so far. Like we said, she grabbed a squat medal and now a personal best on bench. Not a bad day out so far whatsoever.
No, she covered very well after squats. Mr. Opener retook it and then took a big jump.
Cindy Zhang from Australia there, soaking in the moment. It's great to see. Looking for a personal best here of 95 kilos.
Just can't keep the bar moving there.
Now, this one is a very important one. 100 kilos for Gabriela Galvez from Peru.
4 benches remaining, and the next is extremely important. 2 big benches coming up, very different reasons. The first, Gabriela Galvez retaking 100 kilos for Peru. First and second attempt, both not got for butt lift. No, sorry, for elbow depth. So just needs to try and sink it a little bit more. It's so hard to change that kind of technique on the day, but she's going to have to now if she wants to stay in the competition.
And there was downward movement there as well, unfortunately.
Yeah, and she seems to think they took it too early. We'll have a look at the replay. I think you're right. I saw some downwards movement as well. And that is a real shame.
Yeah,
Yep.
right there.
So that means she cannot post a total. She can continue to compete, but cannot post a total, unfortunately. You hate to see it. Rivka Shower-Kelly from the United States, slowly but surely creeping up onto that podium. 105 for her final attempt to move her into bench press. Silver for the time being, with Lou and Olin to follow. Be a kilo and a half over her current best and American record.
Not today.
No need for USA. Stays in bench press ball all the time.
Just a smidge too heavy, but there was nowhere else she could go. She could only take the 2.5 kilo jump, so
7.5. Guaranteed bench press silver. Next out, Olin.
Our penultimate bench press attempt, Jessica Liu from Australia, taking a 2.5 kilo jump now. Already has bench silver secured to increase her personal best a little further.
You can tell how tight it is at the top here. There's a sea of red on the third bench presses.
Just a bit too much for Lou, but still walks away with that bench press silver. And yeah, as you said, a sea of red referring to the scoreboard where a lot of missed attempts are. Missed attempts will go in as red, and of course, good attempts is green. So we're not seeing within both flights a whole lot of successful attempts, and we're hoping it's not the same for this lifter as she's going for a world junior record here. And originally we saw her X out that second attempt, and we think it was for a little bit more of a rest, which she's not been able to get this time. She didn't get her opener because of butt lift, got it on her second, and now is going for a world junior bench press record, 121 kilos on the bar for Sweden's Emily Olin. Hasn't had as much rest as I think she wanted, but she'll have to make do if she wants that world record and that chip overall. Oh, and unfortunately just lost it before lockout. And she still gets that bench press gold, but the record eludes her, and I think she felt like she needed that extra time. The sink was a little heavier this time round, I think.
Yeah, it really was, obviously, to just solidify elbow depth, and then lost the bar forward halfway up. But never mind, we move on.
Absolutely. And in bench press bronze, Shao Kelly from the United States. In silver, Lou from Australia. And still with gold, even with just one bench on the board, we have Olin from Sweden. And we are going to head into a 10-minute break now before deadlift, where we see the conclusion. We'll see you there. And welcome back to the 2025 IPF World Sub-Junior and Junior Powerlifting Championships here in San Jose, Costa Rica. We have the 52 kilo and 57 kilo junior women for you. Just as before, 3 flights, the first consisting of all 10 52s, the second and third split down the middle, the 57s, so you can see the running order as it is currently, and with a few changes to deadlift openers, scoreboard jumping around a little bit. Maxwell still in the lead on prognosis, a fight a little bit more below her as expected. 100 kilos in the bar for Emma Bazocchi from Canada.
And a good opening lift there.
130 for Jessame Tabuan from the Philippines. And just to let you know, the second flight of the day has been delayed 15 minutes. So the second flight of the day will start at 2:15.
We now have Jessame Tabuan from the Philippines, 130 kilos.
So for Jessame, 130. Next out, Karin Sanker.
Yeah, we certainly say it every time, but not expecting too many dramas off opening deadlifts. Let's get everyone on the board and see what kilos we can add to those totals.
Lovely snappy opener. Delivers with confidence. A good lift, 3 white lights.
Karin Sanker, Canada, 140. And same one for Resinos Arapa.
Corinne St. Cyr from Canada, opening on 140 kilos. All of these lifters looking to secure their total with this opening attempt and can push from there once their total is fully secured.
Yeah, lovely opening lift. I'm loving the energy Corinne's bringing to the platform today.
Same weights. For Resinos Arapa.
Yeah, definitely brings a level of intensity. She's not broken that the entire time. Still 2 lifts to go, and I'm sure we won't see her break that until the end. Very focused. Diana Francineth Resinos Alacon from Guatemala, 140 kilos.
Yeah, once you got it moving, it locked out very nicely. Again, not unusual to see with the sumo deadlift.
Now looking to be in the talks for a podium medal overall. Christian Solheim Sorgard from Norway, 142.5 kilos. I believe Sorgard up to her deadlift opener. Looking to make Heisler and Cooley fight for bronze instead of chasing her for silver.
Yeah, solid opening lift. Let's get everyone on the board, and then we can, I suppose, have that conversation about where we think people are going to end up, and we'll be seeing those second attempts, which will give indications of where we may end up.
Yeah, absolutely. At this point, the lifter is just focusing on getting that total secured. The fight will come really on the second and third deadlift. Diana Campardi, 145 kilos, opening on her personal best.
Yeah, solid opening attempt.
150 for Claudia O'Shea, Australia. Lisa Iceland, get ready. All loaded.
Claudia O'Shea from Australia, 150 kilos, not a million miles away from the podium. Like we said, looking to secure their totals, and the fight begins from there.
Yeah, very nice. And she's showing great resilience after squats as well. It's good to see her come back in, get bench done, and 2-1 there on her opening deadlift.
Yeah, just gets a blue from the right-hand side referee. So have a look here. I don't see any downwards movement or assisting with the legs, so I think she'll be fine there. The jury don't seem too fussed. Lisa Heisler from Germany, another lifter who adjusted her opening attempt, trying to fight with Cooley for that position, but Cooley adjusted also 155 on the bar. And I think they both adjusted the exact same amount because they're still neck and neck. So whatever plan either team had didn't work, unfortunately.
Yeah. Or one of them was reactive to the other.
Yeah.
Most likely. But yeah, going into this, Heisler has body weight, so Cooley will need to lift more.
And not the easiest opener in the world, I have to say, but managed to get on the board.
Yeah, no, I agree there. Let's see what she puts in for a second. But did not look comfortable as an opener normally would.
It'll be interesting to compare that to Cooley's opener. We won't have to wait long to do so. Abby Cooley coming out now for Great Britain. Like we said, whoever moved first, the other retaliated and changed their opener up. And if this moves well, it might indicate that Great Britain moved first and Germany followed. 157.5 for Abby Cooley, has a personal best of 174.5, so well off that now, hoping this moves well. And I'm sure the GB team are hoping they can make some bigger jumps here than Team Germany. Team Germany watching to see how Abby's opening attempt moves, if they have enough time to retaliate. But I think that might have meant they missed their ticket.
That was a very nice opener from Abby there.
Yeah, plenty left in the tank. 3 white lights, a good lift. No, and I think Team Germany just made their ticket in time. Our final opening attempt, Marina Maxwell from the United States, 157.5, and with this she really would be too difficult to catch, just needs to secure that total. And it's a good lift, 3 white lights. And that would have more or less secured her the win. Obviously a lot can happen in 2 attempts, but her lead is so significant as it stands that I can't imagine anybody being able to catch up to her. And we head into the second round. Every single lifter has secured their total, so now can push and battle each other for position and for individual and overall medals. You can see how close it is there between Heisler and Cooley. Cooley's opener on deadlift looked significantly easier, but we won't judge until we've seen that second attempt come through. Pizzocchi from Canada taking a 10 kilo jump to 110.
From Guatemala. Get ready.
Canadian there gripping the smooths of the bar. Risky strategy, but it's working so far.
Diana Francenev Resinos Aracom from Guatemala, taking a 5 kilo jump to her second, 145. Surprising, 5 kilos really not moving. Let's have a look at that here. It seems like she was holding her back coming off, perhaps pre-existing injury or cramping. It's been a long day, but just struggled to break the ground there.
Yeah, and quite often the case with the sumo deadlift. They can't break the floor, then yeah, it's an issue. There's no there's nowhere to go from there.
Korean Sinker now taking a 10 kilo jump to 150. Yeah, and still very, very solid from Korean. 2-1. The center referee just not quite happy with that finished position. Red being for insufficient lockout on deadlift.
Referee. Powerlifting. Next out is Soga, Norway.
Oh, and the jury has overruled that to a no lift for Korean. Yana Campardi from Greece, 150, a 5 kilo jump.
Yeah, solid second lift and 3 white lights.
Good lifts. Same way for Christian Soga, Norway.
Norwegians asking for the bar to be cleaned after that last attempt.
Yeah, it will happen after every third attempt, before every third attempt, but you do get a build-up of chalk and talc in the bar. Sometimes you just want that a little cleaner for your lifter, especially as the talc will be where the chalk is for sumo and vice versa.
Yeah, absolutely. And at the top it's tight here, and the coaches are well within their right to ask.
Christian Solheim Solgaard from Norway taking a 7.5 kilo jump to 150, looking for that silver medal overall.
Yeah, lovely second attempt.
Taiwan, Philippines, 150, same ones. Bars loaded. Claudia O'Shea, get ready.
$150 kilos for tab 1 from the Philippines. A 20 kilo jump to 150. Huge jump here for the 52 kilo lifter. Has a personal best of 152.5, so let's see how this 20 kilo jump affects her. Barely at all, it seems.
Yeah, lovely technique there.
That could be trouble if anybody fighting for podium slips up whatsoever, if a 20 kilo jump moves like that for her. And we spoke about some potential dark horses. He certainly is one. Claudia O'Shea from Australia, taking a 7.5 kilo jump to 157.5. and that is a tough looking second, but manages to lock it out. Oh, unfortunately gets called for blues from all 3 referees. Let's have a look at that. If there was some downwards movement or supporting on the thighs. And I think it was for downwards movement there at that wobble in the centre portion.
Absolutely. I'm sure she'll rectify that on her third, but...
whether she can get it up again is another question.
Absolutely.
Lisa Heisler from Germany. Now, her opening attempt was a little bit tough of 155. They've gone up 7.5 kilos. They're trying to stay on par with Team GB. Let's see how this moves for her. It'll be a personal best, and she's really going to want to make this look relatively comfortable if she wants to fight Cooley for that bronze overall.
Followed it. Abby Cooley, get ready.
Yeah, and that's what I thought. And if that's a strength issue, that really opens the door for Cooley to have a little bit more of a relaxed time. If Cooley gets this second attempt, then she really is in a position where she'll be hard to be caught.
Yeah, I mean, it's a shame. It does look like, fatigue strength there by the German lifter, unfortunately. We shall see, though. She may be able to reset and come back out and find some of that inner strength, as quite often lifters do on their third and final deadlift attempt.
Absolutely. We've seen stranger things happen, so it's certainly not an indication that Cooley or Team GB should let their guard down whatsoever. In fact, foot on the pedal now more than ever. Abby Cooley from Great Britain coming out 167.5 kilos, a 10-kilo jump, and that will take her into bronze overall heading into the third and final round of deadlifts. For the time being, takes her from deadlift silver into deadlift gold with Maxwell to follow.
Yeah, she's in a strong position here, just based on the fact she's already got more on the bar than the German is going to attempt on their third.
Yeah, and it's extremely comfortable for Abby Cooley, and a good lift, 3 white lights.
Yeah, absolutely, and to be fair, that makes some easier calls for Team GB with the German having missed now, so they can relax a little bit and put the decisions on the Germans.
Yeah, and with a heavier deadlift, they have the advantage of lifting afterwards as well, so they certainly will have the final say. The only person following Abby is, as you can see, Marina Maxwell of the United States, who is so far in the lead. No one's catching her in any case. 170 kilos, a 12.5 kilo jump to move back into deadlift gold, and within reaching distance of the total junior world record of 428.5. This gives her 420. The deadlift record at 183.5. Wow, and is she going to go for the total or for both? We'll have to wait and see. She's so far ahead, it wouldn't be a risk of losing the title.
No, but again, a fairly easy call for the US team to make there.
Yeah, well, it's do you risk the total to get both, or do you just secure the total? We'll have to wait and see as we head into that third round. As it stands, Maxwell in deadlift gold, Cooley in silver, and Heisler in bronze. And as you can see, overall, Maxwell just with a significant lead. Sogard pretty comfortably in second, but then the fight for bronze slightly more spread apart now. Cooley looking good for it, but definitely, as we said, not a time to let your guard down. It is all steam ahead for these athletes now. Berzocchi from Canada, 117.5. Unfortunately, that is a no lift for insufficient lockout. We'll have a look at that again in the replay. But that's the risk you run sometimes when your grip is that close that your shoulders just don't seem too locked out to those referees. And we are getting the bar loaded back to 145 kilos for Diana Francinez Resinos Alacon from Guatemala. Went up just 5 kilos. It just seemed like she couldn't break the floor on that second. It seemed like 5 kilos really hit her limit. And like you said, we've seen stranger things happen, but it did seem like a strength issue first time round. So we'll see how she does with it now.
And no, unfortunately not today. Strength just not there.
Now 155 for Yona Kopan from Greece. It's a 5 kilo jump for the 5 kilo personal best to go from 4th to 3rd.
Now we have Yana Kompardi from Greece. 155 will be a new personal best, and for the time being takes her into deadlift bronze with still 7 lifters to follow.
She fights it and locks it out. Let's see what the referees say. 3 white lights, that is a good lift.
And provisional bronze medal on deadlifts, but as I said, many lifters to follow.
She's done very well there. The hip started to rise as she broke the bar from the floor, but she fought against it and was successful there. A good deadlift.
Christian Solheim from Norway, 155 kilos. And if she gets this, she really, I think, is too far to catch for silver. If she misses it, still actually at risk from Cooley to pull ahead of her. So I'm sure Team GB watching closely. That is a very solid final attempt. Can she hold on to it? I don't know if she did. Oh, and that means the silver could be at risk as Cooley is lighter than Sorgard. So not just Cooley pushing for that bronze. Now, as we said, the silver at risk. Lots to play for.
Absolutely, and for Cooley now, not even needing to make an attempt change there, because as you say, she has body weight.
Yeah, absolutely, and it depends whether they want to secure a medal overall. They'll watch Heisler and what she does, and if she misses, she has secured at least the bronze anyway, might go for it, but if she does get it, they might change that up. We'll see how it pans out, but now Jessamay Tabwan, 155.
Now again, obviously that 20 kilo jump and then a 5, the 5 was just too much.
160 from Canada.
Yeah, and in a relatively quick turnaround, you know, taking that 20 kilo jump would have taken it out of her physically.
This is to try a medal on the podium for the deadlift event. Lisa Heisler, get ready. 2 more attempts to change the openers of the 57 beats.
Now looking to move into deadlift bronze and 4th overall for the time being. Corinne St. Kerr from Canada didn't get that 150 on her second. Looking to jump 10 kilos in any case for her third in a stab at a deadlift medal potentially.
Yeah, obviously it was a shoulder lockout issue on second, so hopefully she can just pull those back a little bit more on this attempt. It did look nice. And 3 white lights, that is a good lift. The risk paid off.
And we've seen an attempt change come in. That puts her in provisional bronze.
We are registering the attempt change.
And eyes are glued to the screen to tell you where that attempt change has come in. Both from O'Shea and Heisler from Germany. I think both athletes have dropped their attempt to attempt that deadlift bronze.
So Heisler with body weight is covering off Cooley.
Yeah, and that means that Cooley, should Heisler get this, as I was saying, might just look to secure bronze instead of push for silver. If Heisler misses, I'm guessing they'll probably keep it in to push for silver. We'll see how that pans out. Claudia O'Shea from Australia now didn't get that 157.5, got 3 blues. It's gone up 5 kilos anyway in an attempt to get a potential deadlift medal. Wow, did a great job to stick with that. And 2 to 1, a good lift.
No, I agree. It was very well controlled over the knee that time, and let's see what the jury
the jury's
say. No.
overruled it instantly, unfortunately. Such a shame, but that is a no lift.
We are now getting into the medal contenders.
Yes, absolutely. And like we said, what Heisler does now will very much determine what Cooley pushes for afterwards. Great Britain, I'm sure, with eyes on the screen and on Heisler. So we'll see how Heisler performs and how Britain respond. But for now, to move into bronze on deadlift and overall, we have Lisa Heisler from Germany.
Yeah, she needs this to put pressure on GB.
Like we said, the 162 just didn't budge from the floor, so is more weight than that unreasonable? Can she pull it out when she really needs it? No, unfortunately not, which means the bronze secured for Cooley, and I imagine that they'll push for the silver now. They have nothing to lose.
Absolutely. Abby has body weight on the Norwegians, the German missed, and therefore it's an open door for her.
She tried to surpass Solgar in the final placings of the class. Marina Maxwell, get ready.
And now, as suspected, Cooley keeping that number on the bar to push Solgaard into bronze on body weight. Cooley ever so slightly lighter than Solgaard, so Abby Cooley, bronze is secured overall to move into silver overall and provisional deadlift gold, 175 kilos, half a kilo more than Abby's ever deadlifted before. Can she change the color of that medal overall? This is her final chance to do so.
She's pulling.
Oh, and she comes, she look
locks
it out. And that is a good lift, 3 white lights, and Cooley moves into silver position overall and a provisional deadlift gold. And really the best place she could have ended up, especially with Maxwell's lead in the competition. What a day, especially after missing that bench press. Managed to really pull it back in and knock Solgaard down to bronze.
was also easy.
And our final deadlift attempt, I think the jump we expected here from Maxwell, not risking the total for the deadlift. Marina Maxwell from the United States, 180 kilos, already your world champion, looking to move into deadlift gold with a new world junior total record by 1.5 kilos. This will give her a total of 430 kilos. Oh, and there's a wobble there. I'm wondering, yeah, unfortunately, not quite there. A great effort and still walks away world champion, something she should be extremely proud of. But you can see here, just as she pulls, a wobble there, some downwards movement. Still locks it out, but just not good enough for today. The total eludes her. In deadlift, bronze, St. Cyr from Canada with 160. In silver, Maxwell from the United States. And in gold, Cooley from Great Britain. And overall, in bronze on bodyweight, Sorgard from Norway. Just ahead of her in silver overall, Cooley from Great Britain. And your new junior 52 kilo world champion with 420 kilos, Marina Maxwell from the United States. We go immediately into the first flight of 57s now. You can see the running order as it stands. Kicking us off, we have Ashlyn Teo from Singapore, 115 kilos.
Yeah, nice easy opener there as expected.
Patricia Moreno Zabala from Spain, 135 kilos. Pretty far below her personal best of 170, but could be coming into this slightly injured or just looking for an extremely conservative opener. We'll see how this moves. Potentially wanting to make some big jumps here.
Yeah, moved well enough, but as you say, it's a lot on the athletes these days. You know, going through nationals to world championships to European championships, and it does take a toll on the body. Hopefully, obviously, we're not going to see any injuries. We don't want that, but yeah, not unusual to see people have to make conservative efforts.
Bar is loaded for the opener of Jane Erasmo from the Philippines. 140 kilos in the bar.
Very nice lift there and 3 white lights.
$140 remains in the bar for Adriana Isabel Garcia-Pilo from Guatemala. Well above her personal best of 115.
Yeah, very nice there. And 3 white lights.
3 white lights, a good lift. 150 for honorable mention. Someone back on the last, get ready.
Andrea Van Dyke from Canada, opening on her 150 kilos, 15 kilos below her personal best.
Yeah, very snappy for an opener, and 3 white lights.
Would like to do that the second flight of the day has been delayed by 15 minutes. The second flight of the day will start at 2:15 in the afternoon. Already 152 for Contreras. Miss Patty, get ready.
Samantha Contreras from Mexico, 152.5 kilos.
A solid opening deadlift there. Very nice, 3 white lights.
157.5. Already
157.5 for Ana Paula Barantes Rodriguez from Costa Rica.
Yeah, solid opening deadlift there with 3 white lights.
160 for Slovenia and Eva Stugar. Katie Mendoza, get ready. Already
We now have our penultimate opening attempt in the first flight of 57s. Eva Stugar from Slovenia, 160 kilos.
Solid opening lift there, 3 white lights. And we move on to the final deadlift of openers.
Yeah, and Eva's been, like we said during bench press, very consistent all day.
get ready. Already
Final opener of the flight, Yanni Mendoza from Mexico, 167.5 on the bar.
Another very solid opening deadlift and 3 white lights.
for the final opener of the new group. We'll move on with Ashley Stewart, 127.5.
Green lights across the board there, no misses, everyone on the board. So we will move into the second round now. Obviously this is the B flight, so you could ignore the standings as the things will change up. We now have Ashlyn Teo for Singapore, 127.5 kilos on the bar for her second attempt. A jump of 12.5 kilos from an opener. Good solid lockout, and the referees say 3 white lights. That is a good lift there.
142.5 for Patricia Moreno. Garcia Pilo, get ready. Already
And next up we have Patricia Morenzo Zabala from Spain with 142.5 kilos for a second attempt. A 7.5 kilo jump from our opener. A nice solid second attempt there. Let's see what the referees say. And that is 3 white lights. That is a good lift there from Patricia.
145 for Garcia Pilo, Guatemala. Get ready.
Next up we have Adriana Isabel Garcia Pilo from Guatemala with 145 kilos on the bar. It's a 5 kilo jump from our opener. That was a solid second deadlift, and the referees say 3 white lights. That is a good lift. Great lift there.
Jane Erasmo, Philippines, 155. It's a 50-kilo jump.
Next up from the Philippines, we have Jane Erasmo with 155 kilos being loaded on the bar. This is an equal PB. Jane also competing in the equipped competition, I believe, earlier on in the week. And a really solid second attempt there. Let's see what she puts in for a third attempt, but that moved very nicely, and 3 white lights. Good lift.
I would like to remind you that the next session has been delayed by 15 minutes. The next session will start at 2:15. Powerloaded for Canada.
Next up we have Andrea Van Dyke from Canada with 162.5 kilos being loaded on the bar, only 2.5 kilos shy of her personal best.
Yeah, still moving really nicely there for Van Dyke. 3 white lights, a good lift.
Referee. Followed it.
Samantha Contreras from Mexico, 162.5 kilos, 10 kilo jump.
Yeah, very solid second lift there, and 3 white lights from the referees. Good lift.
165 for Ana Paola Navarez, Costa Rica. Get ready. Followed it.
Ana Paula Barantes Rodriguez coming out for a 7.5 kilo jump here to match her personal best of 165. Little tough towards lockout there, but a solid looking second attempt and a good lift. Conventional, usually pretty snappy off the ground and a little tougher towards lockout. The opposite characteristics to sumo.
Followed it.
We now have Eva Strigar taking a 12.5 kilo jump to 172.5. Just 2.5 shy of her personal best.
little bit of a fight off the floor there. But 3 white lights, good lift. Right, she lost a little bit of tension there in her lower back off the floor. Something I'm sure she'll be able to rectify for her 3rd attempt.
Ashley Field, Singapore, get ready. Bar loaded.
Jenny Mendoza now, our final second attempt in this first flight, 57s, 175 on the bar.
Yeah, very sharp off the floor there and well controlled over the knees. 3 white lights, good lift.
Now move on to the 3rd deadlifts. Remind that this is only the B group that will be competing with the A group right after this one. 135 for Ashley Field.
And we head through to the 3rd and final round of this 57B group.
Best. Patricia Moreno, get ready.
Kicking us off, Ashlyn Teo from Singapore, 135. To be for a new personal best on deadlift.
Bar loaded.
Unfortunately, not today.
150 for España and Patricia Moreno. Garcia Pilo, when you're back, get ready.
You know, a good indicator of a good deadlift session is when the only reds we start to see are on those 3rd attempts, when these athletes are really pushing the limits.
Absolutely. I was going to say that before we started the 3rds, and then I didn't want to curse anybody, but now it's happened, we can point that out.
Patricia Moreno Zabala from Spain, 150. 7.5 kilo jump. Still a well way off her personal best, so hopefully this is within her reach for today.
Yeah, she locks it out. She was clearly in a little bit of pain there off the floor. But nonetheless, 3 white lights and a good final attempt there.
Attempts to change the openers of the A group of the 67s. We now have 152.5 for Garcia Pilo, Guatemala. Jamie Erasmo, get ready.
Eliana Isabel Garcia Pilo from Guatemala. Taking a 7.5 kilo jump to 152.5 for a new deadlift personal best and total.
Three white lights, a good lift as 3.3
And a good lift, 3 white lights, takes home 2 new personal bests there, deadlift and total.
That would be a massive personal best of 7.5. 3 more attempts to change the openers of the A group.
Jane Erasmo from the Philippines out next. Looking for a personal best on both deadlift and on total by 7.5 kilos, 162.5 on the bar.
Yeah, she's had a great day today, and we'll be looking to just round that off with this deadlift.
Very solid final attempt there for Erasmo.
Absolutely. One blue card there from the right-hand side referee. Jury are having a look. But actually, I'm looking at the replay. Looks okay.
Yeah, jury seem happy with it. Ana Paula Borantes Rodriguez from Costa Rica now. Looking for a personal best on deadlift. 5 kilos, 170 on the bar here. Be a total PB as well, getting very close to that 400 kilo milestone. So land her in 397.5. That's a great effort. She's glued so close to the top there.
Yeah, shame there. Just couldn't quite unwind the lockout there at the top. It got over the knee, slowed down. She kept the bar moving, but it wasn't to be today.
Samantha Contreras from Mexico, 170 kilos, 7.5 kilo jump, 5 kilo personal best on deadlift. It'll be a 7 kilo personal best on total.
A very good pull there. Third and final attempt. 3 white lights, and that is a good lift. Really, really great deadlifting there.
Canada. That's a 10 kilo jump for 7.5 kilo personal best. Eva Strugard, get ready. Bar loaded and no more changes.
3 deadlifts remaining before we head through to the second flight of 57s. Andrea Van Dyke now from Canada, 172.5, looking for a 10 kilo jump here. Give her a 7.5 kilo personal best on deadlift and a 10 kilo personal best on total. Not there today for Andrea. Eva Stagar now for her final pull of the day. 5 kilo jump to 177.5, looking for a 2.5 kilo personal best on deadlift and a 5 kilo personal best on total. This would leave her with the biggest total of this first group.
No, and not today. And it just shows you that extra 5 kilos really just grinds it to a halt off the floor. But really, really great day there from Eva. Very clinical with all of her lifts right up until that last deadlift.
And the final deadlift of this first flight before we head through to the A group following, we have Yenny Mendoza from Mexico, taking a 10 kilo jump to 185 for a final attempt. Just be a 5 kilo personal best on her deadlift. Slightly bigger jump from second to third than she had first to second here.
Pulling it through and locks it out. 3 white lights, that is a good lift. That was a great fight, third and final deadlift there.
Yeah, earned every kilo of that for a new personal best. Look at that. Did incredibly well not to let the bar dip or drag up the thighs. And we head straight into the A group of the 57s now. The results as they stand from that first group: Strigar still leading, Contreras just behind, and Mendoza behind her, but this is all subject to change as we have the A group now coming out for their opening attempts. See the running order as it stands. Deadlifts all the way up into 182.5 for openers. And the battle begins for the crown of the 57 kilo juniors. Gabriela Galvez kicking us off with 150 kilos on the bar. The clock is ticking down.
Yeah, and looking at the scoreboard while we wait for the athlete to come out, it is very tight between 1 and 4th. Only one mistake could entirely shake up that order.
I think perhaps a mistime warm-up here from Peru, although she didn't register a bench press, so she might not be coming out at all. We thought if that is the case, she may have X'd out her attempts, but she has got them in, so we'll just have to wait and see.
And to be fair, if they have left them in, obviously just to give all the other athletes the maximum time.
Yeah, and that certainly is the case. When it's a slightly shorter flight, it's 10 lifters, so kind of in that middle ground. But I'm sure come third attempts, those lifters will appreciate that extra time. Jessica Liu now from Australia. Jessica Liu, 152.5.
Very nice opener there, and 3 white lights, good lift.
155 from Maria Asa Soto, Chile. Soto Alves, get ready. Bar loaded.
Maria Paseas Soto from Chile, 155 on the bar.
Yeah, lovely opening deadlift there, and 3 white lights. That is a good lift.
160 for Jessica Ignacia. Soto Alves, Chile. Cindy Zhang, get ready.
As we see all these opening deadlifts register, we will see the scoreboard change around a lot, and then we can assess where we are.
Jessica Ignacia Soto Arcos from Chile, 160, and before I can even finish her name, the attempt was done, and it is good. She means business.
Same weight, 160 for Cindy Zhang. Bar loaded. Emily Olin, get ready.
Cindy Zheng here with 160 kilos on the bar for Australia. And again, raises the bar, and it's a good lift, 2 to 1. Blue card there on the left-hand side.
162.5 for Sweden and Emily Olin. Lisa Duai, get ready. Bar loaded.
So Emily Olin here with 162.5 kilos. I did speak to her coach in the break. She is okay off that last bench press where it crashed down onto her ribs. No issues there at all.
Yeah, just a little bit disappointed, missing out on that record. She's still got another year in the juniors, however, but 162.5 for Emily now. Still well in the fight for that overall title.
A very speedy opening deadlift.
ready. Forward it.
Bisao Dure Badawi from Spain, 170 kilos in the bar. Already pretty hyped up for this opening attempt.
She locks it out, and that is 3 white lights from the referees. Good lift.
175 in short. Give Rivka. Ivy Weinstein, get ready. Bar started.
Rivka Shao Kelly from the United States. Like we said, very much in contention for overall. 175 on the bar.
Yeah, lovely opening attempt there. Very, very speedy. And 3 white lights. She means business.
For another representative in the USA, Ivy Weinstein. Bar started. Emilia Fox, get ready.
Ellie Weinstein here, coming out to 180 kilos for her opening deadlift.
Has a personal best of 199, and that is extremely comfortable. Definitely not counting her out. Few names now in the mix for that overall title.
Great Britain, 182.5. Gabriela Candice, get ready. Bar lit.
And here we have Amelia Fox coming out for 182.5 kilos for her opening deadlift.
Yeah, very comfortable looking conventional pull there for Amelia, and a good lift, 3 white lights. And Ubar Galvez has secured their total. Let's have another look at Fox's opener.
Deadlifts. Divisional bars. USA, Weinstein. Divisional silver, Fox, 182.5. Divisional gold, Mendoza, Mexico.
And we can see the results of the deadlift as they stand. Mendoza still holding on to gold. Fox immediately in silver, and Weinstein immediately in bronze. That's subject to change, but we can see the totals now as they stand after openers. Olin leading ahead of Shao Kelly and Weinstein. Fox just 10 kilos behind that podium spot. We head into the second round of deadlifts now, kicking us off. Galvez from Peru, who is yet to get a deadlift in on the board. We haven't seen her come out, and we thought that maybe she was just lending the clock time out, and it seems like that is the case. And so I'm just going to take a moment here to thank our sponsors, SPD and Eleiko. Without them, none of this would be possible. You see the Eleiko gear on the platform, much like the SPD kit we'll see on many of the lifters, as well as Visit Malta. Beautiful location we have more and more competitions at. And as we count down the clock, we move into the next lifter. Jessica Liu from Australia. Jessica taking a 7.5 kilo jump to 160.
160 bars loaded for Jessica Liu. Two partners, get ready. Bars loaded.
Her teammate out now, Cindy Zheng from Australia, also 167.5 on the bar. Really glued at that lockout, but just can't seem to get those hips through.
Yeah, just stuck there with those shoulders forward, and so hopefully it was technical off the floor, putting her out of position, and she'll get one more go at that weight.
Bars loaded.
Josefa Ignacia Soto Arcos from Chile, 170 kilos. And again, faster than I can say her name. I might have to give her a nickname next time round. 3 white lights.
This wants to try and extend the lead in the class.
Now, one of those top contenders in the flight, Emily Olin, currently on prognosis with the lead. Should all the top contenders make their second attempt, Emily would still be leading by 5 kilos ahead of Weinstein. 172.5 on the bar for Emily.
Bar slowed slightly down at lockout, but didn't provide too much resistance. 2-1 there.
Yeah, the centre referee not happy with that finishing position. We'll have a look with that here. I think she should be fine there, though.
No, I agree.
Bars loaded.
Maria Paz says Soto from Chile, 175, a 20-kilo jump. And this would catapult her into silver overall for the time being.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's put a cat amongst the pigeons here, a little 20-kilo jump.
Yeah, and we'll see how that works for her. We see some lifters take that 20-kilo jump and tank out, but it's a very comfortable looking second.
It really was.
Yeah, that's a good lift. 3 white lights.
Bars loaded.
Vizaldue Badawi from Spain, 180 on the bar, a 10-kilo jump. Trying to get herself 100% ready. Seems a little bit in her head here, so just needs to focus up and pull through. It's a weight that she's done before, her personal best, 182.5.
You can see it, they were a little bit hesitant off the floor, but 3 white lights.
Yeah, and you can tell that she was certainly relieved to get that and maybe a little bit surprised. A great second attempt, moving towards her top end with that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Bars loaded.
Rivka Shao Kelly from the United States, 187.5, moves her into deadlift gold for the time being, but from bronze into silver with Weinstein and Fox still to follow. Ooh, a bit of trouble there, and it didn't seem necessary like strength because she was able to pick it back afterwards, but it means that they're certainly going to have to take a bit more of a risk on their final deadlift for a position.
Maybe your deadlift is over. 2 attempts
Yeah, the occupational hazard of the sumo deadlift. Little power wobble there, but let's see what she wants to attempt in that third attempt.
Ellie Weinstein now taking a pretty sizable jump of 15 kilos to 195 to pull her into deadlift gold for the time being and into silver overall behind Olin. Olin starting to pull away a little bit now. But that is still extremely comfortable for Weinstein. And we head into our final second attempt for the third and final round of deadlifts, where we'll see them battle it out for positions. Amelia Fox, 195 on the bar, 2.5 kilos below her personal best, and moves her into deadlift gold for the time being, and 4th overall, just off of that podium spot.
Yeah, never count Amelia out. She's always got that deadlift when it matters.
Yeah, and it's very sturdy.
3 at lights and a good lift there.
And provisional gold as we head into the third round of deadlifts. Provisional deadlift gold, that is. And now we head into the third and final round. Fox leading deadlifts with Weinstein just behind. Mendoza still hanging on to bronze from the B group. Overall, not too much separating gold and silver, or bronze and 4th there. So starting to split up a little bit. But remember, Xiao Kelly hasn't got her second attempt in, so definitely worth keeping her in mind.
Absolutely, and looking down the scoreboard there, we have another Saya Soto, another 20 kilo jump.
Wow, yeah, so anybody's game right now. We'll see how that pans out as we move into the third attempt shortly. But like you said, really what we're seeing now is where we're sitting on the scoreboard. We know that there are going to be jumps made. We know that Xiao Kelly is probably going to take a little bit of a risk, because she's going to have to if she wants to end up on the podium. Olin is the lifter being chased, and Weinstein really trying to make up some ground. But Weinstein's last deadlift was so extremely comfortable that, you know, I couldn't call it if you asked me to right now.
No, we'll just have to see how this plays out, and I'm sure there'll be some quick mathematics being done by the coaches out the back as we get into the back end of this this flight.
And Galvez didn't come out for any final attempt, so we move straight on to now Jessica Liu, who's opted for a 2.5 kilo jump from her second. Feeling towards top end here. Looking to go 9 for 9, I believe. No, just looking to end the day strong. Australia, one of the countries who's had to travel the furthest that they usually do. What a fantastic final pull from Liu.
Yeah, what a great last pull there. And 3 white lights. Hopefully her koalas get participation medals as well, helping her through the day.
Now her teammate Cindy Zheng from Australia, 167.5, missed it on her second. Looking to get it here on her third. See if she comes out for this.
Bar loaded.
And bar is loaded. Looks like she is. One final attempt at it.
Last attempt to leave everything she's got on the platform. She's pulling. She's pulling.
Yeah, just gets glued at the exact same point, unfortunately. But stuck with it so long. Gave it everything she had.
175 for Zilpa Sukarkos. It's a 5 kilo jump or 5 kilo personal best.
Yeah, very hard to recover from that position once you're in it. But what a great fight.
Emily Olive, get ready.
Josefa Ignacia Soto Arcos from Chile, taking a 5 kilo jump to her third for a personal best on deadlift and on total. 175 on the bar, 3 red plates aside. Oh, and unfortunately that speedy deadlift just comes back to bite her there with balance. But strength definitely there, just lost it to balance on the day.
Get ready for the ceremony. 177.5 for Emily Olive. It's a 5 kg jump with 2.5 kg personal best. This is to join against
Now,
lead in the class.
Emily Olin, although leading overall, has the disadvantage of pulling first. 177.5 to give her a 455 total, and try and do what she can to stay in the lead, hoping Weinstein and Saya Soto miss those final attempts. If she doesn't get this, it will make it that much easier for them to try and pull ahead, but giving herself the best shot of the world title. But no, unfortunately not, and I expect to see some attempt changes come in as the job now is slightly easier for Weinstein and Saya Soto to pull into those positions. For now, she's still in the lead, but she is heavier than Weinstein. We'll see how that pans out. Pizardo Badawi from Spain, 187.5 for provisional deadlift bronze with 4 lifters to follow. This will take it from Mendoza from the B group, who's still holding on to that.
She breaks the floor, and that was a night and day deadlift between her second and her third. So much more confidence, broke the floor, held her position, and that is 3 white lights, good lift.
Yeah, moves into that provisional bronze position on deadlift.
A couple of changes have gone in.
Yeah, as expected from Chile and the United States. That is Xiao Kelly. Weinstein yet to change. I think with the advantage of pulling last, they're waiting to see what they do need to change to and if they need to change. First to try and pull into pole position ahead of Olin. Olin not even secured on the podium right now. We have Maria Paz Soto from Chile taking a 15 kilo jump, takes her into provisional deadlift bronze, but more importantly, into pole position overall. If she misses this, Fox has a chance of getting on that podium as well. It's a big jump. Wow, and she manages to do it.
Oh.
3 white lights, her good lift,
Amazing,
and pulls
amazing.
into pole position. Absolutely incredible. Sayers Soto from Chile knocks Olin from pole position. We've seen an attempt change come in.
And considering the day she had on squat, she has had a brilliant recovery through bench and deadlifts.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. And as expected, Weinstein has changed her final pull to knock herself into pole position. But first, it doesn't look like Shao Kelly is pushing for the overall, but she is pushing for silver, both in deadlift and in total. And should everything pan out, she secures at least the bronze overall with this pull.
Yeah, covering off Sweden on body weight.
Just tipped forward on that second, but looked strong enough. She managed to get it going again. So 195 now, after missing that 187.5. And no, unfortunately, just can't do it today. Which means for the time being, yep, Olin has secured bronze after being knocked from gold to silver, silver to bronze. Currently sat in silver still, but if Weinstein is to make her final pull and pull into the title position, Olin is down in bronze, and Sweden and Chile sit and wait to see what medals they will receive as Ellie Weinstein from the United States answers their call. Bar is loaded for Ellie Weinstein, 202.5 kilos, a 7.5 kilo jump to move into deadlift gold and gold overall. Doesn't seem like an unreasonable jump for her. This is for it all. And unfortunately cannot finish the job today, which means Chile, Sayers Soto, walks away the 57 kilo junior world champion, but we are not done with deadlifts just yet.
Second position, 193rd size Soto. Bar is loaded 202.5 for Amelia Fox, Great Britain.
And our final deadlift looking to... No, already has deadlift gold secured with that second attempt. 202.5 for Amelia Fox for a big personal best on deadlift and on total. Big final pull of the day for Amelia.
Signature little slap in the face there for a third deadlift as well. She's pulling, it's over the knee. Can she lock it out?
And just gets glued, unfortunately, but still walks away with that deadlift gold, which she should be very happy with. Great effort there. What a phenomenal deadlift battle we've seen.
And those jumps from Saya Soto paying off.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see here in deadlift bronze, Sayers Soto with 190, in silver Weinstein, and in gold on deadlift 195 for Great Britain's Amelia Fox. And in bronze overall, Ellie Weinstein with 445 for the US, Emily Olin with 450 from Sweden, and your new junior 57 kilo world champion Maria Paz Sayers Soto from Chile with 452.5 kilos. What a great battle. Ben, thank you for joining me today. We are going to head to the medal ceremony now, and the next session has been pushed 15 minutes, the 63 kilo sub-junior women. So we'll see you here at 2:15 local time.
squad hold with 155 kilos goes to Marina Maxwell. Congratulations, thank you. In the bench press event with 82.5 kilos, the bronze medal goes to Claudia Ochea. The silver medal with 95 kilos goes to Marina Maxwell. And the bench press hold with 97.5 kilos goes to Cristiana Sordo. Congratulations, thank you. In the deadlift event, the bronze medal in the 160 kilos goes to Karim Septer. The silver medal in the 170 kilos goes to Marina Maxwell. And the deadlift gold with 175 kilos goes to Abby Cooley. Congratulations, thank you. In the overall standings, the bronze medal of 382.5 kilos goes to Cristiana Sordo. The silver medal with 382.5 kilos goes to Abby Cooley. And your 52 kilo junior world champion from the United States of America, 420 kilo total for Marina Maxwell. Everybody please stand for the U.S. national anthem. In the 57 kilo junior category, in the squad event, with 167.5 kilos, the bronze medal goes to Edie Weinstein. The silver medal with 167.5 goes to Josefa Ignacia Soto Arcos. And the squad gold with 170 kilos goes to Maria Paz Saez Soto. Congratulations, thank you. In the bench press event with 102.5, the bronze medal goes to Rivka Shawat-Kelly. The silver medal with 105 kilos goes to Jessica Yu.
And the deadlift gold with 195 kilos goes to Amelia Hawks. Congratulations, thank you. In the overall standing with the 57 kilo juniors, in third place with 445 kilo total, Ellie Weinstein, USA. In second place with 450 kilos, Emily Olli, Sweden. And your 57 kilo junior world champion, Maria Vázquez Soto.